the day he met the child he had forgotten. You have been carrying a secret that weighs more than stone. It lives in the hollow space between your ribs, where breath should flow freely, but instead catches on edges you cannot name. Tonight, as the world grows quiet and shadows stretch long across your floor, that secret begins to stir. There is something your heart remembers that your mind has worked so hard to forget. A voice that once spoke in wonder, eyes that once saw magic in puddles and poetry in clouds. You learned to silence that voice because the world told you it was too much, too soft, too believing. But here, in this sacred hour, when daylight surrenders to darkness, when the veil between worlds grows thin as morning mist, that forgotten part of you begins to whisper. It has been waiting so patiently, this tender witness to your becoming, holding space for your return. You feel it first as a tremor in your chest, a flutter of recognition that makes you pause whatever you were doing and simply breathe. The weight you have been carrying shifts slightly, like snow beginning to melt after a long winter. Tonight is different. Tonight you are ready to remember what you spent so many years trying to forget. The child you were before the world taught you to be ashamed of your softness, before you learned to hide your light under layers of what others expected you to become. This is not a story about fixing what is broken. This is a remembering of what was never broken at all, only buried beneath years of learning to be someone else's version of acceptable. The room around you holds its breath as you settle into this moment. Whatever brought you here, whatever pain or longing or exhaustion, it has served its purpose. It has brought you to this threshold, this sacred space between who you thought you had to be and who you have always been. You close your eyes and feel the weight of the day begin to lift from your shoulders like a heavy coat you no longer need. Somewhere in the distance you hear the faint echo of laughter that sounds almost like your own, but younger, freer, unafraid. The journey back to yourself begins with a single breath, deep and slow, that reaches places in your body you had forgotten existed. Let it fill the hollow spaces. Let it touch the tender bruises left by years of trying to be someone you were never meant to be. You are safe here. You are held. You are finally coming home to yourself. The first memory arrives without warning, soft as rain on leaves. You are 7 years old, maybe 8, standing in your grandmother's kitchen while golden afternoon light streams through windows that seemed so much larger then. The air smells of cinnamon and something indefinable that you would later recognize as unconditional love. You are telling her about the family of rabbits you discovered living under the back porch, how the mother rabbit looked directly into your eyes, and you knew, with the certainty that only children possess, that she was trying to tell you something important. Your grandmother nods seriously, as if this is the most natural thing in the world, as if the conversation between a child and a rabbit matters more than anything else happening in the universe. But then the memory shifts, grows darker around the edges. Your father's voice, calling from the living room, impatient and sharp. The way your grandmother's face changes, the light in her eyes dimming just slightly. The way you learn, in that moment, that your wonder is an inconvenience, your sensitivity something to be managed rather than celebrated. You feel the familiar tightness in your throat, the way you learn to swallow your words before they could spill out and embarrass the adults who had more important things to worry about than a child's magical thinking. This is where it began, this careful folding inward of everything that made you luminous. One small moment, repeated countless times, until you learned to dim your own light before anyone else could do it for you. The child in the memory looks up at you with eyes that still hold starlight, unaware that the world is about to teach them that magic is not real, that wonder is naive, that feeling too deeply is a weakness to be overcome. You want to reach across the years and tell that child to keep believing, to hold on to the certainty that animals speak and trees have feelings, and the moon really is following you home. But you know that child could not have heard you then, not with all the voices of the world drowning out the whisper of their own knowing. So instead, you speak to them now, in this sacred space between sleeping and waking, where time bends and healing becomes possible. You tell them what you needed to hear then, but could only understand now. The words rise from somewhere deeper than thought, older than the pain that has kept you separate from yourself for so long. They carry the weight of every tear you swallowed, every dream you abandoned, every piece of yourself you sacrificed to fit into spaces that were never meant to hold your vastness. You remember the way you used to dance when no one was watching, spinning in circles until the world blurred and you felt like you were flying. How you talked to flowers and they talked back, not in words but in colors and scents that spoke directly to something ancient in your bones. The adults called it imagination, as if that word could contain the mystery of your communion with the higher world. They smiled indulgently when you announced that the oak tree in the backyard was lonely and needed more friends, when you insisted on leaving offerings of cookie crumbs for the fairy people who lived in the garden. But you knew better then. You felt the aliveness in everything, the web of connection that linked your heartbeat to the pulse of the earth beneath your feet. You knew that love was the only real language, that kindness was the most powerful magic, that your tears mattered, because they watered something essential in the world. When did you stop believing? The forgetting happened so gradually, you barely noticed, like snow melting one flake at a time, until suddenly the ground is bare, and you cannot remember what winter looked like. It started with small compromises. Stop crying. You are too old for tears. Stop asking so many questions. Adults don't have time for endless curiosity. Stop being so sensitive. The world is not as magical as you think it is. Each time you dimmed a little more, contracted a little further into yourself, until the bright flame of your being was reduced to a carefully controlled flicker that would not disturb anyone or demand too much attention. You learned to speak in the language others expected, to feel only the emotions that were deemed appropriate, to dream only the dreams that seemed practical and achievable. The wild, untamed part of you went underground, waiting. But it never stopped believing. Even as you grew up and learned to navigate a world that had no patience for wonder, that inner child kept vigil. They collected moments of beauty like other people collect coins, hoarding them against the day when you would remember who you really are. They saved the way morning light looks different in autumn, how snow falls silent and sacred, the precise blue of the sky just before dawn. They remembered the feeling of being completely present in your body before you learned to live primarily in your head. They held space for your return, this forgotten part of yourself, knowing that someday you would grow tired of pretending to be someone else and come looking for the truth you left behind. Tonight, in the quiet sanctuary of your own awareness, that child steps forward from the shadows where they have been hiding. Their eyes still hold all the light you thought you had lost. Their heart still beats with the rhythm of unconditional love. They have been waiting so patiently for you to stop running from your own tenderness, to quit believing that your sensitivity is a flaw that needs fixing. They want to show you what you forgot in all those years of learning to be strong. Strength was never about building walls around your heart. It was never about learning to feel less, to need less, to expect less from a world that seemed determined to disappoint you. Real strength, the kind that moves mountains and heals wounds and changes everything, comes from the courage to remain open when everything in you wants to close. It comes from the willingness to feel it all, to let your heart break and break open until it becomes large enough to hold the whole world. The child you were knew this instinctively. They understood that tears were not weakness, but the body's way of releasing what it could not hold. They knew that anger was sacred fire, meant to burn away what was false, so that what was true could emerge. They trusted their intuition before they learned to doubt it, followed their curiosity before they were taught to be practical, loved without reservation before they discovered that love could be weaponized against them. You can feel them now, this younger self, standing at the edge of your awareness, like a deer at the forest's edge, ready to bolt if you move too quickly or speak too loudly. They have learned to be cautious after so many years of being dismissed, ignored, told to grow up and get over it. But something in the quality of your attention tonight tells them it might be safe to emerge. Perhaps it is the way you finally stop trying so hard to be someone else. The way exhaustion has worn down your defenses until your true self can shine through the cracks. Or maybe it is simply time. Maybe the world has finally grown weary of its own cynicism and is ready to remember what it means to see through the eyes of wonder again. The child approaches slowly, tentatively, like someone who has been hurt but still hopes for kindness. They carry in their small hands all the gifts you thought you had lost. The ability to find magic in ordinary moments, to love without calculation, to believe in possibilities that logical minds dismiss as impossible. They want to tell you about the high conversations they have been having with the moon while you slept, the stories the wind whispered to them when you were too busy to listen. They have so much to share, this forgotten part of yourself. So many wonders they have witnessed while you were distracted by the serious business of being an adult. But first, they need to know that you will not abandon them again. They need to feel that you have finally understood what it cost you to leave them behind, what it cost the world to lose access to their particular brand of medicine, because that is what your childhood self was, is still. will always be medicine for a world that has forgotten how to feel, how to wonder, how to love without condition. Your sensitivity was never a weakness to be overcome, but a gift to be treasured, developed, offered freely to a world desperate for healing. The tears that you learned to hide were liquid compassion, your body's way of connecting you to the pain of others, so that you could help carry what was too heavy for one person to bear alone. Your questions were not inconveniences, but invitations to dive deeper into the mystery of existence. Your imagination was not childish fantasy, but a direct line to the source of all creativity, all innovation, all possibility. When you dreamed of flying, you were remembering something true about the nature of consciousness itself. The adults who told you to stop being so sensitive were speaking from their own wounds, their own forgotten places where wonder once lived. They had learned to protect themselves by numbing, by closing, by building armor around their hearts. But you were born to feel everything. Your nervous system was designed to pick up frequencies that others could not hear, to sense the emotional weather of every room you entered, to feel the earth's heartbeat through the soles of your feet. This was not a design flaw, but a feature, not a bug, but a blessing. You were meant to be the bridge between worlds, the translator of feelings that had no words, the keeper of compassion in a world that had forgotten its own heart. When you learned to dim your light, the world became a little darker. When you stopped trusting your intuition, the collective wisdom diminished. When you closed your heart to protect it from breaking, you also closed it to the very love you were seeking. But none of that matters now, because here you are, finally ready to reclaim what was always yours. The child within you stirs to full wakefulness, no longer content to remain hidden in the shadows of your consciousness. They step forward with the kind of trust that only comes after great betrayal has been healed, after long exile has ended, after the prodigal heart has finally come home to itself. You feel their small hand slip into yours, warm and solid and completely real. In that moment of contact, something that has been frozen for years begins to thaw. The carefully constructed walls around your heart develop hairline cracks that let in the first rays of genuine feeling. You have allowed yourself in so long, you had forgotten what it felt like to be fully alive. The child's eyes meet yours, and in their depths You see reflected not who you became, but who you have always been. The one who cries at sunsets and cheers for underdogs and believes that love can indeed conquer all, even when the evidence suggests otherwise. They smile then, this younger self, and their joy is so pure and uncomplicated that it takes your breath away. How long has it been since you felt anything with such clarity, such simple honesty, in the presence of your own innocence? The elaborate stories you have told yourself about why you had to become someone else begin to crumble. The voices that convinced you that your tenderness was a liability grow quiet. The fear that kept you small and safe and separate starts to dissolve like salt in warm water. This is the moment you have been waiting for, without knowing you were waiting. This is the reunion that your soul has been orchestrating through every heartbreak, every moment of feeling lost, every dark night when you wondered who you really were beneath all the masks you had learned to wear. The child speaks then, and their voice is like music you remember from before you were born, like water after a long drought, like coming home after traveling in foreign countries where no one spoke your language. They tell you about the world they have been living in while you were gone, the inner landscape they have been tending like a secret garden. They show you the flowers that bloom only in the darkness, the stars that shine brightest when the moon is new, the kind of beauty that can only be seen through eyes that have never stopped believing in magic. They remind you of the time you spent an entire afternoon having a tea party with your stuffed animals. How real it felt when you poured invisible tea into tiny cups and listened carefully to their responses. How right it seemed to treat the inanimate as animate, to recognize consciousness in everything. They help you remember the way you used to apologize to furniture when you bumped into it, not because anyone taught you to, but because it felt wrong to cause pain without acknowledgement, even to something that others insisted could not feel. This was not childish foolishness, but profound wisdom, the kind that mystics spend lifetimes trying to cultivate. You were born knowing what indigenous peoples have always known, what quantum physics is just beginning to discover, that everything is connected, that consciousness permeates all things, that love is the fundamental force that holds the universe together. The child reminds you of your natural gifts, the ones you possessed before the world convinced you they were problems to be solved. Your ability to feel what others were feeling before they knew it themselves. Your tendency to know things without being told how you knew them. Your insistence on seeing the good in everyone, even when they could not see it in themselves. These were not signs of naivety, but expressions of your true nature, glimpses of what you came here to offer. When you stopped trusting these gifts, when you learned to override your intuition with logic, when you began to see your compassion as a weakness, you cut yourself off from your own power. But power was never what you were seeking anyway. What you wanted was connection, understanding, the feeling of being held by something larger than yourself. What you craved was permission to be exactly who you were without apology or explanation. The child within you has been holding that permission all along, waiting for the day when you would stop seeking it from external sources and remember that you never needed anyone else's approval to be authentically yourself. They have been practicing self-love in the hidden chambers of your heart, whispering affirmations when the world was shouting criticisms, believing in your inherent worthiness when everything else suggested you had to earn it. They never bought into the lie that you were too much or not enough. They have always known that you are exactly the right amount of everything, that your particular combination of gifts and challenges is precisely what the world needs, even when the world does not seem to recognize it. Now, as you sit in the gentle darkness of this sacred hour, feeling the warm pressure of their small hand in yours, you begin to remember what they never forgot. You are not a mistake to be corrected, but a mystery to be celebrated. You are not a problem to be solved, but a gift to be unwrapped slowly, carefully, with reverence and wonder. The healing you have been seeking was never about becoming someone new, but about remembering who you have always been beneath the layers of conditioning and protection. It was about coming home to the truth that you abandoned in order to survive. The truth that your tender heart is not a liability, but your greatest asset. Your sensitivity is your superpower. Your intuition is your guidance system. Your capacity for deep feeling is your connection to the divine. What you thought made you weak actually makes you strong in ways that the world is only beginning to understand. As this recognition settles into your bones like warm honey, you feel something shift, the very foundation of how you understand yourself. The child within you sighs with relief, as if they have been holding their breath for decades, waiting for you to see them clearly. They have so much to show you, this forgotten part of yourself. So many wonders to share, so many dreams to resurrect, so many possibilities to explore together. But first, there is something they need you to understand. Something they have been trying to tell you through every moment of discomfort, every feeling of not belonging, every sense that something essential was missing from your life. They need you to know that leaving them behind was not your fault. You were doing what you had to do to survive in a world that had little patience for the kind of magic you carried. You made the choices that seemed safest, smartest, most likely to keep you from being hurt again. But surviving is not the same as living, and safety is not the same as freedom. What kept you alive during the dangerous years has become a prison now that you are strong enough to handle more, brave enough to risk being hurt in service of being truly alive. The child forgives you for the years of abandonment, for all the times you chose to be practical instead of playful, logical instead of intuitive, guarded instead of open. They understand that you were doing your best with what you knew at the time, but now you know more. Now you understand that your tenderness is not weakness, but a strength, that your emotions are not inconveniences but information, that your dreams are not childish fantasies but blueprints for a more beautiful world. The wise tradition keeper who spent his life mapping the geography of the human psyche once offered these words to those brave enough to undertake the journey home to themselves. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. This is your moment of making conscious what has been hidden, of bringing into the light what has been dwelling in shadow. The child you forgot is not separate from who you are now, but the foundation upon which everything else is built. They are the source of your compassion, the wellspring of your creativity, the keeper of your dreams. They hold the keys to your authentic power, the kind that comes not from dominating others, but from being so completely yourself that you give everyone around you permission to do the same. As you acknowledge their presence, as you welcome them back into your conscious awareness, you feel a completeness that you had not even realized you were missing. It is like finding a piece of yourself that you had assumed was lost forever, only to discover it was just waiting patiently for you to remember where you had hidden it. The integration is not immediate, but gradual, like dawn slowly brightening the sky. You begin to notice changes in how you move through the world, small shifts that signal a fundamental transformation taking place beneath the surface. You find yourself pausing to really look at flowers instead of hurrying past them. You catch yourself talking to animals as if they can understand you, and you no longer feel embarrassed when they seem to respond. You start trusting your first impressions of people again, even when logic suggests you should wait for more information. The world begins to look different through eyes that remember how to see magic in the mundane. Colors seem more vivid, sounds more musical, textures more interesting. It is as if someone has adjusted the contrast on reality, bringing into sharp focus details that were always there, but somehow invisible. You start to remember what it feels like to be curious about everything, to approach each day as an adventure, rather than a series of obligations to be endured. Questions bubble up from places you had forgotten existed, the kind of wondering that has no agenda except to explore the infinite mystery of being alive. Your dreams become more vivid, more meaningful, as if the child within you is finally free to communicate through the language they know best. Images and symbols and stories flow through your sleeping mind, carrying messages from the deepest parts of yourself. You begin to trust your body's wisdom again, to listen when it tells you to rest, to eat, to move, to breathe more deeply. The child within you remembers that the body is not a machine to be optimized, but a wise friend to be honored, a sacred vessel that carries your spirit through this earthly adventure. Relationships start to shift as you show up more authentically, no longer hiding the parts of yourself that you had deemed unacceptable. Some people are delighted by this more genuine version of you, while others seem uncomfortable with the change. You learn to trust that the right people will appreciate your authenticity even when it challenges their own masks. You discover that your sensitivity, far from being a weakness, is actually a gift that allows you to connect more deeply with others, to offer comfort and understanding in ways that less sensitive people cannot. Your ability to feel what others are feeling becomes a bridge rather than a burden. The creative impulses that you had suppressed for years begin to resurface tentatively at first. Then with increasing confidence, you find yourself drawn to activities that you had dismissed as impractical. Drawing, writing, singing, dancing, making things with your hands, just for the joy of creation. These are not hobbies, but expressions of your essential nature, ways of giving form to the beauty and truth that live within you. The child within you claps their hands with delight. Each time you pick up a paintbrush or hum a melody, remembering
Non,
when such things were
non,
as
usate ciré,
natural as
non.
breathing.
Là, usate ciré,
You
c'est
start to
simplement pour provoquer
understand
les dents
that
dans le pays là.
creativity is not a
Et à
luxury
on
for
va payer, le
people
ciré, on va
with
payer.
artistic talent,
Voilà, c'est dire
but
que
a
on n'est pas, on va
necessity
payer.
for anyone who wants to live fully. It is how you participate in the ongoing creation of the world, how
Là,
you
c'est
add
fini.
your unique
Ah oui,
voice to the
ah oui,
cosmic
c'est fini.
symphony. The fears that once seemed so overwhelming begin
Hein?
to lose their
Ah
power
oui,
over you, not
ah oui, je connais
because
Tarzan, mais mon parti
they
a écrasé
disappear
les mauvais,
entirely,
brutalisé la porte.
but because you no longer face them alone. The child within you holds a
Ah
courage
bon,
that has nothing to do with the absence of fear and everything to do with the presence of love. They remind you that courage was never about not being afraid, but
hmm.
about feeling the fear and choosing love anyway.
Ah, voilà, c'est ça,
About
mon radio,
being
voilà.
willing to be vulnerable in a world
Oh,
that
voilà. Moi,
often punishes
non,
vulnerability,
les enfants là,
to
malgré le
remain
placard où ils sont,
open
une bouteille,
in the face of
ou pas
potential
mais,
heartbreak,
là,
to keep believing in
ou pas
goodness
mais, boîte
even
sardine, des
when
bons après
evidence
le restaurant,
suggests
même pas faire.
otherwise. This is the courage of the mystics and the
Là, c'est le
saints, the
voisin.
revolutionaries and the healers. It is the courage to live from your heart, even when your head
Ouais,
insists
voilà.
it is
C'est
not
chaud.
safe. To trust in love, even when love has hurt you before. To keep choosing hope, even when despair seems more
Ah, il va
reasonable.
jamais payer encore.
The weeks and months pass. You notice that the integration of your inner child
Ouais, ouais,
is
côté Carl
not
vite.
a one-time event, but an ongoing process.
Hmm.
Some days you feel completely connected to that innocent, wonder-filled
Mais quelqu'un
part of
d'autre qui va suivre
yourself.
avec nous là.
Other days, old patterns reassert themselves, and you find yourself
Ouais,
slipping
ouais. Il va
back into the
trop chaud,
familiar
trop froid.
armor of adulthood.
Ah, c'est vrai.
But now you know the way home. You have a practice, a path back to yourself when you
Hmm.
get lost in the expectations and demands of the world.
Hmm.
You know how to pause, breathe, and ask that younger self what they need, what they want to explore, how they want to play.
Ben oui, on est déjà en novembre,
You
là,
learn
déjà
to
là.
make space for both the wise adult you have become and the
Hmm.
eternal
Ouais,
child
mais depuis
you
demain,
have
il est 7
always
degrés,
been.
même ici. Hein.
You discover that
Parce que,
maturity is
frère,
not
1er
about
septembre, là,
abandoning
fait
your
20
childlike
degrés de ouf,
qualities,
frère.
but about integrating
Moi,
them consciously,
deux coups, mais
allowing
pendant,
your
bah,
adult
malade.
self
22
to
degrés,
provide
frère.
structure and protection for the creative,
Chaque
intuitive,
terme, pas tout
magical
cool.
parts
Ah,
of
ok.
your nature. The child
Bon.
within
Ah
you
ouais. Et cette année,
teaches you
on est
about
descendu vite.
presence,
Vite. Deux coups, vite, bam.
about how to be
D'habitude, on attendait
fully
novembre,
here in this
voilà.
moment
Pour ça
instead
à
of
11, 10.
always
Frère, depuis septembre,
rushing
premier, le
toward the
premier, c'est
next
1er
thing.
septembre.
They show
22 degrés
you
pour moi-même.
how to find wonder in the most ordinary
Mais au moins
experiences,
chaud. Chaud, ça
the
va.
way
Mais frère, quand
light
tu fais 20
moves
degrés,
across
c'est
the
en
wall,
été, t'avais 20 degrés là,
the
c'était,
sound
on était à
of
29.
rain on the
On était à
roof,
30. Et
the
tu sors de
feeling
30
of
directement.
wind on your
Deux jours à l'autre,
skin.
tu sors de 30 à
They
11,
help you
10.
remember
Moins.
that play
Là,
is not the opposite of work,
qu'on part à faire la fête.
but the essence of a life fully lived. That laughter is medicine for the soul.
Ben,
That
vous déjà me dit pourquoi vous
silliness
avez chaud en
is
Martinique. Hein?
sacred.
Ils ont coupé trop
That
d'arbres.
joy is not something to be earned, but
C'est l'arbre qui
something
donne
to be
l'oxygène.
welcomed whenever
L'arbre
it
produit l'oxygène
appears.
et qui crée la
You
pluie après.
begin to
Voilà,
structure
et
your
c'est les arbres qui
days
prennent la fraîcheur.
differently, making sure there is time for the things that feed your soul as well as the things that
Ah
meet
oui, oui, mais
your
regarde, pourquoi d'après toi,
responsibilities.
quand les gens font des
You
cités en
schedule
France, ils rajoutent
appointments
des arbres?
with
Des arbres qui
beauty,
produisent beaucoup d'oxygène.
dates with wonder,
Parce que c'est les
meetings
arbres qui
with
donnent la fraîcheur.
mystery. You start to see your life as a work of art
Voilà. Ben, c'est ça.
rather than a
C'est pour ça,
problem to be solved,
c'est pour ça que regarde, tu sais, en
approaching
plus,
each day
avant il y avait beaucoup plus d'arbres.
with the
Pourquoi? Parce
same
que de l'autre côté, il y
curiosity and
a la savane, il n'y avait pas
excitement
de maison.
that
Il y
you
avait un
once
grand bois
brought
là.
to a
Et du côté de
blank
Madame Sierra,
canvas or a
du côté
story
de Madame Sierra,
waiting
il y avait
to be
pas
told.
d'immeuble non plus. Il
You
y avait que
become
des
both
arbres là.
the
Donc, il y
artist
avait beaucoup
and the
d'oxygène dans le coin.
masterpiece, continually creating and
Ah oui.
recreating yourself
Tu
in
entendais les gens avoir
response
chaud
to the
au
ever-changing
bout, à
dance of
Fort-de-France, vraiment bien,
existence.
parce que c'était béton
The
dans la campagne.
relationship
Les
with
gens,
your
comme il y
inner
avait beaucoup d'arbres,
child
il y avait
becomes
beaucoup
a
de fraîcheur,
source of
comme si tu allais
guidance
au Mont Rouge,
and
d'aller au Mont Rouge.
wisdom
Pour aller au Mont
that
Rouge,
you learn to
c'est
trust
pas chaud,
more
oublie
than
ça.
any
Parce qu'il
external
y a beaucoup
authority.
d'arbres.
When you are faced with difficult decisions,
Oui, mais
you check
mentalement,
in
c'est
with
arbre
that
qui
younger
branlait,
self,
qui pas du béton. Donc ça
asking
produit de l'oxygène
what
et
would
puis
bring them
l'eau.
joy,
Là, quand
what
il
would
pleut,
honor their
ça garde,
values,
ça
what
garde
would
l'eau.
feel
Donc
like love in
voilà,
action.
quand il commence le soleil taper,
Their
ça
answers
relâche de
are
l'humidité, de
not
l'eau. Donc c'est
always
pour ça,
practical,
les,
but they
voilà,
are
on couper
always
l'arbre.
authentic.
Voilà.
They help you
Même chez moi,
remember
tu
that
peux planter
some
des arbres
things
autour. Hein.
matter more
On va planter
than
arbre 4 oxygène
success
autour du
as the
calibre,
world
café l'eau,
defines it.
pour avoir
That
plus de fraîcheur.
kindness
Voilà,
is more
sinon,
important than
voilà.
cleverness. That
Ah, vous
wonder
faites,
is more
vous
valuable
faites, frère.
than
Ah oui.
knowledge. That love is
Ben oui.
always the right choice,
Après
even
midi,
when
hein,
it seems
on
like the
mange ça.
hardest one.
J'ai tellement
You
fatigué
develop
hier,
rituals
t'imagines
and
même pas,
practices
hier
that
j'étais
honor your
rentré, il
inner
était
child,
3 heures du matin, là, j'étais avec moto là,
ways
là-haut là,
of staying
dans la ville,
connected
neige,
to that
neige,
source of magic and
et puis
wonder,
regardez comment les boules pas
even
tirer
in the
là.
midst of adult
Frère,
responsibilities.
va ça frère. Moi ça, moi
Maybe
je souhaite, hein,
you
je souhaite
keep a
avant manger,
journal
puis
where you
faire ça
write
avec moi.
letters to your younger self, or
Et puis là
create
je viens
art
voir,
that has no purpose except to delight
chez
that
Bruno,
playful part
mais
of your
non, en
nature.
visio, avec le WhatsApp, j'ai
Perhaps
Bruno sur mon
you
WhatsApp.
take walks where you practice seeing the world through their eyes, or you
Oui,
keep a collection
voilà,
of
voilà.
beautiful objects that serve no
Mais
function
non, quand est-ce là, je sais même
except to
plus.
remind
J'ai chez
you
Bruno. Bruno n'a pas
that
envoyé une photo pour
beauty
toi.
is reason enough for something to exist.
Bruno n'avait pas envoyé une
You
photo.
might find yourself talking to the moon or leaving
Mais
offerings
non, quand on était
for the
allé chez
fairy
lui, j'avais
folk,
fait des photos avec lui.
not because you believe in them the way you once did,
Non, j'avais fait
but
des photos
because the
avec
act
lui,
of
avec toute la
believing
famille.
is a form of magic in itself. The healing that comes from this reunion is not just personal but collective.
Mais non, mais ça fait
As you
longtemps, si dernièrement,
reclaim
il y a temps.
your own innocence and wonder, you become a permission slip for others to do the same.
Merci, frère.
Your willingness to be
Non, non, non.
authentically
Hey,
yourself
je dis,
in a world that
hey,
often
eh,
rewards
l'autopsie, moi,
conformity
non, bon,
becomes a
on est le
gift
1er
to
novembre demain.
everyone whose path
Eh,
you
c'est où? Ah
cross.
non, ça fait pas un mois, frère.
Children especially are drawn to you now, sensing a kindred
Ah, midi là.
spirit
Attends.
in someone who has remembered how to see the world through eyes of wonder. They trust you in a way that children trust very few adults, recognizing
Je vais
someone
parler pour toi,
who
regarde.
will not dismiss their magic or diminish their dreams. Adults, too, find something in your presence that they cannot quite name, but deeply hunger
Ah,
for.
Vanessa.
You remind them of something they have forgotten, something they buried so long ago they are not even sure what it is. Your authenticity awakens their own longing to be real, to stop pretending. to come home to themselves. You begin to understand that healing is not a private act, but a collective one, that every person who does the work of integration and wholeness makes it easier for others to do the same. Your willingness to embrace your own shadow and reclaim your own light creates ripples that extend far beyond what you can see. The world needs people who remember how to feel deeply, who trust their intuition, who see the sacred in the ordinary. It needs people who are willing to be vulnerable, to love without guarantee, to believe in possibilities that cynical minds dismiss as naive. You are becoming one of these people, not because you are special or chosen, but because you have done the difficult work of coming home to yourself. You have faced the parts of yourself that you were taught to hide and discovered that they were never shameful but sacred.
Ouais.
In
Moi, j'aimerais bien
quiet
tout, quoi.
moments, when the world is still and your heart is open, you can feel
Ouais,
the
c'est génial.
child
Moi, j'ai
within
fait
you
album, c'est
resting
plastifié, là, le
peacefully
livre.
in
Livre
the
en photo.
knowledge that they are finally safe, finally seen,
Ouais, non, t'inquiète.
finally loved for exactly who they are. They no longer need to hide
On fera rassembler les
in the
photos, là. On
shadows
rassemble
of your
bah, tout.
consciousness, no
Je rassemble toutes les
longer
photos
need to communicate through
des
symptoms and
différents, tout ça, là.
struggles. They can simply
Comme
be
ça va les rappeler, yo.
in
Et ça
all
dit
their
qu'à que bon
wonder
bêtise.
and sensitivity and magical thinking, because you have created space for them in your conscious life. You have remembered that they are not a part of you to be healed, but a part of you to be honored, not a problem to be solved,
Voilà, reset.
but a gift to be treasured.
Ben oui.
The integration continues to deepen as you
Mais non,
learn
frère. Si on
to
va reset, tu perds
navigate
tout.
the
T'as
world
perdu toute ta vie, là.
from this place of
Voilà,
wholeness,
t'as jamais existé.
bringing both the
Voilà, t'as jamais
wisdom
existé.
of your
Voilà.
adult experience and the wonder of your
Ben, je vais
childlike
manger.
heart
Bon, ma gars qui dit
to
ça pendant
every
l'après-midi et l'autre attend
situation you
demain.
encounter. You discover that you can be both
Non,
practical
je
and
te dis.
magical,
Moi qui en vacances la semaine prochaine, on
responsible
regarde tout ça.
and spontaneous, grounded and ethereal. This is not
Ok,
about
yes, I.
choosing
Bon
between your
gâteau.
adult self and your inner
Yes.
child, but about allowing them to dance together, each bringing their own gifts to the relationship. Your adult self provides structure, protection, and the ability to navigate complex situations. Your child self provides creativity, intuition, and the
Ouais, voilà
capacity
aussi.
for joy.
Ouais, on va faire un burger maison, mais on va inviter
Together,
loin.
they
Hein?
create a
Imagine l'idéal
way
là.
of being in the world that is both effective and authentic, both successful and soulful. You find that you can meet your responsibilities while honoring your dreams, that you can be practical while remaining open to magic, that you can be serious about important things while keeping your sense of play and wonder intact. The fears that once kept you small begin to transform into allies, messengers that help you understand what you truly value and what you need to protect. Instead of being paralyzed by the possibility of failure or rejection, you learn to dance with uncertainty, to find adventure in the unknown. Your inner child teaches you that mistakes are not failures but learning opportunities, that falling down is not a sign of weakness but a natural part of learning to walk. They help you remember that resilience comes not from avoiding difficulty, but from trusting your ability to navigate whatever comes with grace and courage. You start to approach challenges with curiosity rather than fear, asking not, "What if this goes wrong?" but "What might this teach me?" or "How might this help me grow?" You discover that life becomes much more interesting when you stop trying to control outcomes and start focusing on showing up authentically to whatever is happening. The relationships in your life begin to reflect this new way of being as you attract people who appreciate depth over surface, authenticity over perfection, connection over competition. You find yourself naturally gravitating toward others who are also doing the work of integration, who understand that healing is a journey rather than a destination. Conversations become richer, more meaningful as you give yourself permission to share what is really happening in your inner world rather than just the sanitized version that seems socially acceptable. You discover the relief and joy of being known, really known for who you are beneath all the roles and masks. At the same time, you develop the capacity to hold space for others' authentic expression, to listen without judgment, to offer comfort without trying to fix. Your own journey home to yourself has given you a roadmap that you can share with others who are still finding their way. You begin to see your sensitivity not as a burden, but as a gift that allows you to attune to the subtle frequencies of human experience, to sense what is not being said, to feel what others need, even when they cannot articulate it themselves. This becomes a source of service, a way of contributing to the healing of the world. The creative projects that you once dismissed as impractical become sources of joy and meaning, ways of expressing the inexpressible, of giving form to the beauty and truth that live within you. You stop worrying about whether your creations are good enough or professional enough, and focus instead on whether they feel authentic, whether they bring you alive. You discover that creativity is not about talent or training, but about willingness, about being open to the flow of inspiration that is always available when you create space for it. Your inner child becomes your greatest creative collaborator, offering ideas and perspectives that your adult mind would never think to explore. The spiritual dimension of your life deepens as you remember that wonder is a form of prayer, that presence is a practice, that love is the closest thing to direct experience of the divine. You no longer need external authorities to tell you what to believe, because you have reconnected with your own inner knowing. You find the sacred in the most ordinary moments, in the way sunlight falls across your kitchen table, in the sound of your own laughter, in the feeling of your feet touching the earth. You discover that enlightenment is not about transcending the human experience, but about fully embracing it with an open heart. The healing journey that began with remembering your inner child continues to unfold in ways you could never have imagined. Each day brings new opportunities to practice, living from this place of wholeness, to choose love over fear, authenticity over approval, wonder over cynicism. You learn that healing is not a destination, but a way of traveling, not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. And at the heart of this mystery is the eternal child within you, the keeper of your original nature, the guardian of your capacity for love. As you continue to honor this relationship, to make space for both your wisdom and your wonder, you become a bridge between worlds. You help others remember that it is possible to be both grown up and magical, both responsible and spontaneous, both practical and mystical. Your life becomes a testament to the possibility of integration, proof that we do not have to choose between being effective in the world and staying true to our deepest selves. You show others that it is possible to succeed while remaining authentic, to be strong while staying tender, to be wise while keeping wonder alive. In the end, the journey home to your inner child is not just about personal healing, but about collective transformation. Every person who does this work of integration makes it easier for others to do the same. Every heart that opens to its own tenderness creates more space for love in the world. And so you continue day by day, moment by moment, learning to live from this place of wholeness, bringing both the wisdom of your experience and the wonder of your essential nature to everything you touch. You have remembered who you are, and in remembering, you have become a reminder for others of who they are too. The child within you rests easy now, knowing they are home, knowing they are safe, knowing they are loved exactly as they are. And in their peace, you find your own. In their joy, you discover yours. In their love, you remember the love that you are and have always been. This is the gift of the inner child, the treasure that waits at the end of the journey home to yourself. Not a return to naivety, but an integration of innocence, not a regression to dependency, but a reclaiming of your own capacity for wonder and love. You are whole now, not because you have fixed what was broken, but because you have remembered what was never broken, only forgotten. You are home now, not because you have arrived somewhere new, but because you have returned to who you have always been, beneath all the layers of protection and pretense. And in this homecoming, in this remembering, in this sacred reunion with the most essential part of yourself, you find not only your own healing, but a source of healing for the world. For every person who comes home to themselves makes it easier for others to find their way home too. The journey continues. But you are no longer traveling alone. You have the eternal child within you as companion and guide, and together you walk forward into a future bright with possibility, rich with wonder, and infinitely full of love. The night air carries whispers of transformation. As you sit in this sacred space, feeling the weight of recognition settling into your bones like warm honey, something fundamental has shifted in the geography of your inner world, a tectonic movement that will continue to reshape your landscape for months and years to come. You understand now that what you experienced as brokenness was actually wholeness, fragmented by circumstance, scattered by the well-meaning but misguided attempts of a world that had forgotten its own magic. The pieces were never lost, only hidden, waiting patiently in the treasure chambers of your unconscious mind for the day when you would be ready to reclaim them. The child within you stretches like a cat in sunlight, luxuriating in the freedom to exist without apology or explanation. They have spent so many years compressed into the smallest possible space, careful not to take up too much room in your carefully organized adult life. Now they expand to fill the space you have created for them, bringing color to corners that had been gray for far too long. You feel their delight as they rediscover the simple pleasures that make life worth living. The way hot tea tastes when you really pay attention, savoring each sip instead of drinking it automatically while checking your phone. The satisfaction of running your hands through sand or soil or water, remembering that your body was meant to touch and be touched by the world. They remind you of the joy of learning for its own sake, not because you need the information for work or to impress anyone, but because curiosity is its own reward. They encourage you to follow interesting tangents, to read poetry that serves no practical purpose, to study subjects that fascinate you even if they have nothing to do with your career. This is how you begin to rebuild your relationship with wonder, one small act of curiosity at a time. You start asking questions again, the kind that have no right answers, but infinite possibilities for exploration. What if trees really do communicate with each other? What if animals understand more than we give them credit for? What if magic is just science we have not learned to measure yet? The child within you doesn't need these questions to be answered definitively. They are content with the mystery, delighted by the exploration, thrilled by the simple act of wondering. They teach you that not knowing can be more interesting than knowing, that uncertainty can be an adventure rather than a threat. As the integration deepens, you notice changes in how you relate to your own emotions. Where once you might have felt embarrassed by tears, now you welcome them as messengers carrying important information about what matters to you. Where once you might have suppressed anger, now you listen to its wisdom about boundaries and values. Your inner child helps you remember that emotions are not problems to be solved, but experiences to be felt, messages to be received, energies to be honored and moved through your system with grace. They teach you that crying is not weakness, but cleansing, that anger is not bad, but information, that joy is not frivolous, but essential. You develop new rituals around feeling, creating space and time for the full expression of your emotional truth. Maybe you dance your frustrations out in your living room, or write angry letters that you never send, or have conversations with your fears that help you understand what they are trying to protect. The child within you particularly delights in your return to laughter, the kind that bubbles up from your belly and spills out before you can stop it. They have been saving up jokes and silly observations for years, waiting for you to remember that humor is healing, that playfulness is profound, that sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is laugh at the cosmic absurdity of being human. You start to see the world through their eyes more often, noticing details that your efficient adult mind usually filters out, the way shadows move across the ceilings as clouds pass overhead, the specific sound your footsteps make on different surfaces, the incredible variety of green that exists in a single tree. This heightened awareness becomes a form of meditation, a way of staying present that does not require sitting in formal practice, but simply paying attention to the richness of each moment. Your inner child is your greatest teacher in this art of presence, naturally absorbed in whatever is happening right now, without worrying about what comes next. They help you remember that multitasking is overrated. that doing one thing at a time with full attention is more satisfying and more effective than trying to do several things at once. They show you the pleasure of eating a meal without distractions, of taking a bath without rushing, of walking somewhere just for the joy of walking, rather than to get somewhere quickly. This return to presence has profound effects on your relationships as people begin to notice that you are really there when you are with them, not distracted by your phone or your to-do list or your internal commentary about what you should be doing instead. They feel seen and heard in your presence in a way that is increasingly rare in our fragmented world. Your capacity for intimacy deepens as you become more comfortable with your own vulnerability. The child within you understands that connection requires courage, that love always involves risk, that the most meaningful relationships are built on a foundation of mutual authenticity rather than mutual performance. They help you practice expressing your needs directly instead of hoping others will guess what you want. They encourage you to share your dreams and fears and weird thoughts, trusting that the right people will appreciate your honesty even when it makes them uncomfortable. You discover that vulnerability is not about exposing your wounds to be hurt again, but about sharing your truth to create deeper connection. Your inner child knows the difference instinctively, trusting some people with their tender places while maintaining healthy boundaries with others. The creative renaissance that began with your reunion continues to unfold in unexpected ways. You find yourself drawn to activities you have not tried since childhood, or perhaps never tried at all because they seem too impractical or too late to start. Maybe you take up painting or pottery or playing an instrument not because you want to become good at it, but because the act of creating brings you alive in a way that nothing else does. Maybe you start writing stories or poems or songs, not to publish them, but to give form to the wordless experiences that live in your heart. Your inner child is your greatest creative collaborator, offering ideas that are fresh and unexpected because they have not been filtered through the adult mind that knows all the reasons why something will not work. They suggest impossible projects and ridiculous combinations, and sometimes these wild ideas lead to genuine breakthroughs. You learn to trust the creative process even when you cannot see where it is leading, to follow your curiosity even when it seems to be taking you away from practical concerns. You discover that creativity is not a luxury for people with artistic talent, but a necessity for anyone who wants to participate fully in the ongoing creation of their own life. The spiritual dimension of your healing continues to deepen as you remember that the sacred is not separate from the ordinary, but woven through every moment of daily life. Your inner child helps you see that washing dishes can be a prayer, that walking in nature is a form of worship, that loving someone is the closest thing to direct experience of the divine. You no longer need elaborate rituals or complex philosophies to connect with what you understand to be the source of all life. You find it in the feeling of wind on your skin, in the sound of rain on the roof, in the way light moves across the wall as the day progresses. This natural spirituality is rooted in gratitude and wonder rather than doctrine and rules. Your inner child teaches you to say thank you for the simple fact of being alive, for having eyes to see beauty and ears to hear music and a heart capable of love. You develop your own practices of reverence, small acts of acknowledgement and appreciation that help you stay connected to the miracle of existence. Maybe you pause to really see the sunset instead of just glancing at it. Maybe you take a moment to appreciate your food before eating it. Maybe you say good morning to the plants in your garden as if they are old friends. These simple practices accumulate into a way of being that is both grounded and transcendent, both practical and mystical. You discover that enlightenment is not about escaping the human experience, but about falling so completely in love with it that every moment becomes sacred. Your relationship with time begins to change as you learn to move at the pace of your inner child rather than the relentless speed demanded by modern life. You start building pauses into your days, moments of stillness where you can simply breathe and remember who you are beneath all the doing. You discover that rushing makes everything harder, that slowing down often allows you to accomplish more with less effort. Your inner child teaches you to work in rhythms rather than constant motion, to honor the natural cycles of energy and rest that govern all living things. You begin to structure your days around what brings you alive rather than what you think you should be doing. This does not mean abandoning all responsibilities, but rather finding ways to meet your obligations that also honor your authentic needs and desires. Maybe this means taking breaks to go outside and breathe fresh air instead of working through lunch. Maybe it means saying no to commitments that drain your energy so you can say yes to opportunities that excite you. Maybe it means scheduling time for play and rest as intentionally as you schedule time for work. Your inner child helps you remember that productivity is not the measure of your worth, that your value does not depend on how much you accomplish or how efficiently you do it. They remind you that you are worthy of love and belonging simply because you exist, not because of what you do or achieve. This shift in perspective has profound effects on your relationship with success and failure. You begin to measure your life by different standards. How much joy you experience, how authentic you feel, how connected you are to yourself and others, how much beauty you create and appreciate. You still accomplish things, but the motivation changes from external validation to internal satisfaction. You work because you enjoy the work itself, because it allows you to contribute something meaningful to the world, because it gives you a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Your inner child celebrates every small victory, every moment of aliveness, every act of courage or kindness or creativity. They help you see that life is not a test to be passed, but an adventure to be lived, not a problem to be solved, but a gift to be unwrapped one day at a time. As the months pass, the integration of your inner child becomes so natural that you stop thinking about it as something you are doing and start experiencing it as simply who you are. The division between adult and child, responsible and playful, serious and silly, begins to dissolve into a more fluid way of being. You find that you can be both mature and magical, both practical and poetic, both grounded and ethereal. You no longer have to choose between being effective in the world and staying true to your deepest nature, because you have learned how to honor both simultaneously. This integration becomes a gift, not only to yourself, but to everyone whose life you touch. Children sense immediately that you remember how to play, that you take their concerns seriously, that you see them as whole people rather than just small adults in training. Adults often comment on something different about your presence, though they may not be able to articulate exactly what it is. You carry an aliveness, an authenticity, a depth of feeling that reminds them of something they had forgotten but still long for in their own lives. Your willingness to be vulnerable, to feel deeply, to express yourself authentically, gives others permission to do the same. You become a living example of what is possible when someone does the work of integration, when someone chooses wholeness over fragmentation, love over fear, authenticity over approval. The ripple effects of your healing extend far beyond what you can see or measure. Every interaction you have from this place of wholeness creates more space for love in the world. Every moment of genuine presence you offer reminds others of their own capacity for presence. You begin to understand that personal healing and collective healing are not separate endeavors, but different aspects of the same process. As you come home to yourself, you help others remember the way home to themselves. As you reclaim your own magic, you help restore magic to a world that desperately needs it. The wise doctor of the soul who spent his life exploring the hidden territories of human consciousness offered this guidance to those brave enough to undertake the journey of individuation. Your vision becomes clear when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. You have looked inside and found not what you expected, but what you needed. Not a problem to be fixed, but a gift to be treasured. Not a weakness to be overcome, but a strength to be celebrated. Not a child to be outgrown, but an eternal source of wisdom, wonder, and love. The journey of awakening continues, but you are no longer lost in the wilderness of other people's expectations. You have found your way home to yourself, and in that homecoming, you have discovered that home was never a place, but a way of being, never a destination, but a quality of presence. Your inner child rests peacefully now in the knowledge that they are seen, valued, protected, and loved. They no longer need to hide in the shadows or speak only through symptoms and struggles. They can simply be in all their wonder and sensitivity and magical thinking because you have created a life that has room for both who you are and who you are becoming. And so the night draws toward its close, but the transformation that began in these quiet hours will continue to unfold for the rest of your days. You carry within you now a living reminder of your own essential nature, a compass that always points toward love, a light that can never be extinguished. Tomorrow, when you wake to the demands and distractions of ordinary life, you will remember this reunion, this homecoming, this sacred marriage of wisdom and wonder within your own heart. You will move through your days differently, seeing through eyes that remember how to recognize magic, feeling with a heart that has been restored to its full capacity for love. The child within you stirs one more time as sleep approaches, offering a final gift for the journey ahead. They remind you of something you knew before you learned to doubt it, something you felt before you were taught to think instead of trusting your deeper knowing. They whisper the secret that mystics and sages have pointed toward for thousands of years, the truth that hides in plain sight, the answer that was never lost, but only temporarily forgotten. You are love itself, temporarily inhabiting a human form, here to remember and express and share the infinite creativity and compassion that is your true nature. But even as this profound recognition settles into your awareness, like golden light filling every cell of your being, you understand that the journey of integration has only just begun. The reunion with your inner child is not an ending, but a beginning, not a destination, but a doorway into a way of living that honors both your accumulated wisdom and your eternal innocence. In the days that follow this sacred recognition, you begin to notice how the world responds differently to your presence. It is as if you are broadcasting on a frequency that others can feel, even when they cannot consciously identify what has changed. Children approach you more readily, sensing a kindred spirit who remembers the language of wonder. Animals seem drawn to you, recognizing someone who has not forgotten how to communicate through presence rather than words. Even strangers seem to soften in your vicinity, as if your integrated wholeness gives them permission to drop their own masks, even momentarily. You become a walking invitation for others to remember their own forgotten selves, their own abandoned dreams, their own capacity for magic and meaning. Your inner child delights in these encounters, seeing them as evidence that the healing you have undergone is not meant to be hoarded, but shared, not kept private, but offered freely to a world that hungers for authentic connection. They understand intuitively what your adult mind is still learning, that personal transformation is always, ultimately, an act of service to the collective human journey. The workplace, that arena where so many people feel forced to wear masks and suppress their authentic selves, becomes a laboratory for practicing this new way of being. You discover that you can be professional without being inauthentic, competent without being cold, successful without sacrificing your soul. Your colleagues begin to notice changes in how you approach challenges, how you interact in meetings, how you handle stress and deadlines. Where once you might have reacted with anxiety or frustration, now you respond with a curious calm that seems to come from a deeper well of resourcefulness. Your inner child teaches you to see problems as puzzles, to be explored rather than crises to be endured. They bring a playful creativity to solutions that your serious adult mind would never have considered. They suggest unconventional approaches that often prove surprisingly effective because they come from a place of genuine innovation rather than tired repetition of what has always been done. You find yourself speaking up more in meetings, not from ego or ambition, but from authentic engagement with ideas and possibilities. Your contributions carry a freshness that comes from seeing familiar situations through new eyes, from bringing your whole self to challenges rather than just the narrow slice of yourself that seemed professionally appropriate. The fear of being judged or rejected that once kept you small and careful begins to lose its grip as you realize that approval from others, while nice, is no longer necessary for your sense of self-worth. Your inner child reminds you daily that you are inherently valuable, that your perspective matters, that the world needs what you have to offer. This shift from seeking external validation to trusting internal guidance transforms not only how you work, but how you relate to money, success, and material security. You begin to make career decisions based on alignment with your values, rather than just financial reward or social status. Your inner child helps you remember that abundance is not about having more, but about appreciating what you have. That security comes not from accumulating possessions, but from trusting your ability to navigate whatever comes. They teach you to measure wealth by different standards: richness of experience, depth of relationships, frequency of laughter, moments of genuine aliveness. This does not mean you become irresponsible with practical matters, but rather that you approach them from a place of trust rather than fear. You make financial decisions from abundance consciousness rather than scarcity thinking, recognizing that generosity and gratitude create more flow than hoarding and worry. You begin to see money as energy rather than security, as a tool for creating experiences and supporting causes you care about, rather than as a measure of your worth or safety. Your inner child delights in finding ways to use resources that bring joy not only to yourself but to others, understanding that true wealth multiplies when shared. The realm of intimate relationships undergoes perhaps the most profound transformation as you learn to love from wholeness rather than neediness, to connect from authenticity rather than strategy. The patterns that once seemed so difficult to break begin to shift naturally as you no longer need others to fill the empty spaces that have been healed through integration. Your inner child teaches you the difference between healthy attachment and codependent clinging, between genuine intimacy and emotional manipulation. They show you how to express your needs directly and kindly, how to receive love without suspicion, how to give love without losing yourself in the process. Conflicts that once would have triggered old wounds and defensive reactions become opportunities for deeper understanding and connection. You learn to listen not just to what your partner is saying, but to what they are really asking for beneath the words, to respond to their hurt rather than just their anger. Your capacity for forgiveness expands as you understand that people can only meet you as deeply as they have met themselves, that everyone is doing their best from their current level of awareness and healing. This does not mean accepting harmful behavior, but rather responding to it from compassion rather than reactivity. You develop the ability to maintain your own center even in the midst of emotional storms, to offer presence and support without taking on responsibility for others' feelings or trying to fix their problems. Your inner child reminds you that you cannot heal anyone else's wounds, but you can create space for them to heal themselves. The intimacy you discover with romantic partners reaches new depths as you bring your whole self to the relationship rather than just the parts you think are acceptable. You share your dreams and fears, your weird thoughts and strange experiences, your moments of doubt and bursts of inspiration. You learn to make love not just with your body, but with your entire being, to touch and be touched, not just physically, but emotionally, mentally, spiritually. Your inner child brings a sense of play and exploration to physical intimacy that transforms it from performance to communion, from taking to sharing. The friendships in your life also evolve as you attract people who appreciate depth over surface, quality over quantity. You find yourself naturally gravitating toward others who are also doing their own work of integration, who understand that authentic relationship requires courage and vulnerability. Conversations become richer, more meaningful as you give yourself permission to share what is really happening in your inner world rather than just the edited version that seems socially appropriate. You discover the relief and joy of being known, really known, for who you are beneath all the roles and personas. Your social circle may shift as some people feel uncomfortable with your increased authenticity, while others are drawn to the genuine presence you now offer. Your inner child helps you trust this natural selection process, understanding that it is better to have fewer but deeper connections than many superficial ones. You learn to be alone without being lonely, to enjoy your own company as much as you enjoy the company of others. Solitude becomes a gift rather than something to be endured, a space for creativity and reflection and simple appreciation of being alive. The relationship with your own body undergoes a profound healing as you learn to inhabit it fully, rather than seeing it as a vehicle to be optimized or a problem to be solved. Your inner child remembers what it feels like to live in your body as a home rather than a temporary shelter. You begin to move differently, with more grace and less hurry, more awareness and less distraction. Walking becomes a meditation. Eating becomes a celebration. Breathing becomes a prayer. You rediscover the simple pleasure of physical existence, the miracle of having senses that allow you to experience the world. Exercise transforms from punishment for past indulgences to celebration of what your body can do. You choose activities that bring joy rather than just results, that connect you to your physical self rather than further alienating you from it. Dancing, swimming, hiking, yoga, martial arts, whatever calls to you becomes a way of honoring the incredible vessel that carries your spirit through this earthly adventure. You learn to listen to your body's wisdom about what it needs for nourishment, rest, movement, and healing. The inner child helps you distinguish between authentic hunger and emotional eating, between genuine fatigue and avoidance, between necessary rest and depression. Food becomes medicine rather than merely fuel, chosen for how it makes you feel rather than just how it tastes or how convenient it is. You rediscover the pleasure of preparing and sharing meals, of eating slowly and mindfully, of appreciating the earth's abundance that sustains your physical form. Sleep becomes a sacred practice rather than an inconvenience, a time for your conscious mind to rest, while your deeper wisdom processes the day's experiences and prepares for tomorrow's adventures. Your dreams become more vivid and meaningful as your inner child feels safe enough to communicate through the symbolic language they know best. The creative renaissance that began with your reunion continues to unfold in ways that surprise and delight you. Projects that you abandoned years ago call to you again, not as obligations but as invitations to play, to explore, to express the inexpressible through form and color and sound and movement. You might find yourself writing poetry at 3 in the morning, not because you want to be a poet, but because words are pouring through you that need to find expression, or painting landscapes that exist only in your imagination, dancing to music that no one else can hear, singing songs that emerge from the wordless places in your heart. Your inner child becomes your greatest creative collaborator, offering ideas that are fresh and unexpected because they have not been filtered through the adult mind that knows all the reasons why something will not work. They suggest impossible projects and ridiculous combinations, and sometimes these wild ideas lead to genuine breakthroughs. You learn to trust the creative process even when you cannot see where it is leading, to follow your curiosity even when it seems to be taking you away from practical concerns. You discover that creativity is not a luxury for people with artistic talent, but a necessity for anyone who wants to participate fully in the ongoing creation of their own life. The act of creation becomes a form of meditation, a way of losing yourself so completely in the present moment that time seems to stop and you touch something eternal. Your inner child understands that this is why you create, not for the result, but for the experience of being fully alive, fully present, fully yourself. You begin to see your entire life as a creative project, each day as a blank canvas, each interaction as an opportunity to add beauty or meaning to the world. You approach decisions with an artist's sensibility, asking not just what is practical, but what would create the most beautiful, meaningful, authentic expression of who you are. The spiritual dimension of your existence deepens as you remember that the sacred is not separate from the ordinary, but woven through every moment of daily life. Your inner child helps you see that washing dishes can be a prayer, that walking in nature is a form of worship, that loving someone is the closest thing to direct experience of the divine. You no longer need elaborate rituals or complex philosophies to connect with what you understand to be the source of all life. You find it in the feeling of wind on your skin, in the sound of rain on the roof, in the way light moves across the wall as the day progresses. This natural spirituality is rooted in gratitude and wonder rather than doctrine and rules. Your inner child teaches you to say thank you for the simple fact of being alive, for having eyes to see beauty and ears to hear music and a heart capable of love. You develop your own practices of reverence, small acts of acknowledgement and appreciation that help you stay connected to the miracle of existence. Maybe you pause to really see the sunset instead of just glancing at it. Maybe you take a moment to appreciate your food before eating it. Maybe you say good morning to the plants in your garden as if they are old friends. These simple practices accumulate into a way of being that is both grounded and transcendent, both practical and mystical. You discover that enlightenment is not about escaping the human experience, but about falling so completely in love with it that every moment becomes sacred. Prayer becomes less about asking for things and more about expressing gratitude for what is already here. Meditation becomes less about stopping thoughts and more about watching them with gentle curiosity. Worship becomes less about ritual and more about presence, less about belief and more about direct experience. Your inner child reminds you that you knew how to pray before anyone taught you the words, that you understood the sacred before you learned the concepts, that you felt connected to something larger than yourself before you had names for it. The seasons begin to have more meaning as you attune to the natural rhythms that govern all life. Spring becomes a time of new beginnings. Summer, a celebration of abundance. Autumn, a practice of letting go. Winter, a season of rest and reflection. You start planning your year around these cycles, honoring the need for both expansion and contraction, growth and rest, planting and harvesting. Your inner child delights in seasonal traditions, in marking the passage of time with rituals that connect you to the larger cycles of which you are a part. Holidays and celebrations take on new meaning as you create your own traditions rather than just following what others expect. You might spend Christmas morning in nature rather than in a shopping mall. Celebrate your birthday with a solo retreat rather than a party. Mark the new year with intention setting rather than resolutions. The community around you begins to shift as you attract people who share your values and approach to life. You find yourself naturally gravitating toward those who prioritize authentic connection over social status, who value depth over surface, who are committed to their own growth and healing. You become the kind of person others seek out when they are going through difficult times, not because you have all the answers, but because you have learned to be present with uncertainty, to hold space for pain without trying to fix it, to offer companionship without judgment. Your home becomes a sanctuary, a space that reflects your inner world and supports your continued growth. You might find yourself drawn to different colors, textures, and arrangements that feel more aligned with who you are becoming. Plants and natural elements become important, creating a bridge between your inner and outer landscapes. You create spaces for the activities that feed your soul, a corner for reading and reflection, a table for creative projects, a place to sit quietly and just be. Your inner child has input into these decisions, helping you remember what environments make you feel most alive and inspired. The relationship with technology and media evolves as you become more discerning about what you allow into your consciousness. You might find yourself naturally limiting social media consumption, choosing books and films that inspire rather than drain, seeking out music that elevates rather than agitates. Your inner child helps you distinguish between entertainment that truly nourishes and distraction that merely numbs. They guide you toward a content that expands your imagination, that feeds your sense of wonder, that reminds you of the beauty and possibility inherent in existence. News consumption becomes more intentional as you balance staying informed with protecting your mental and emotional well-being. You learn to engage with global events from a place of compassionate awareness rather than anxious overwhelm, to contribute what you can while accepting what you cannot control. The financial realm continues to transform as you align your relationship with money more closely with your deepest values. You might find yourself supporting businesses and organizations that match your ethics, investing in causes that matter to you, choosing experiences over possessions. Your inner child teaches you that true security comes not from accumulation, but from trust in your own resourcefulness, creativity, and resilience. They help you remember that humans are designed to support each other, that community and cooperation are more reliable foundations for well-being than individual wealth hoarding. You begin to see work not just as a way to earn money, but as an opportunity to contribute your unique gifts to the world. Career decisions become expressions of your values, rather than just survival strategies, ways of serving something larger than yourself while honoring your own needs and talents. The aging process takes on different meanings as you realize that growing older does not have to mean growing more cynical, rigid, or disconnected from wonder. Your inner child ensures that curiosity and playfulness remain active forces in your life, regardless of your chronological age. You watch others your age becoming increasingly serious, worried, and closed off, and you feel grateful for the integration that allows you to remain open, flexible, and excited about what each new day might bring. Your example becomes a gift to peers who may have forgotten that maturity and magic can coexist. Younger people are drawn to you because you remember what it feels like to see the world through fresh eyes, to believe in possibilities that practical minds dismiss, to approach life as an adventure rather than a burden. Older people appreciate your respect for wisdom while maintaining enthusiasm for continued growth and discovery. The legacy you want to leave begins to clarify as you understand that the most important inheritance you can offer is not material wealth, but the modeling of a life lived with authenticity, courage, and love. Your inner child helps you focus on what really matters in the time you have remaining, however long that might be. You start making choices based on what you want to be remembered for, how you want to have loved, what kind of energy you want to have added to the world. These considerations become more important than external achievements or social recognition. The mystery of existence becomes more fascinating rather than more frightening as you mature into this integrated way of being. Your inner child maintains a sense of wonder about the big questions. Why are we here? What happens after death? What is the meaning of suffering? How does consciousness work without needing definitive answers? You become comfortable with not knowing, with living in the questions rather than insisting on certainty. This openness to mystery keeps you humble and curious, prevents you from becoming dogmatic or closed-minded about spiritual or philosophical matters. The practice of forgiveness deepens as you understand that holding grudges hurts you more than it hurts others, that releasing resentment is a gift you give yourself rather than something you do for those who have wronged you. Your inner child naturally understands that everyone is doing their best from their current level of awareness and healing. You learn to forgive yourself as well as others, to treat your past mistakes as learning opportunities rather than sources of shame, to extend to yourself the same compassion you would offer a dear friend going through similar struggles. This self-forgiveness becomes the foundation for genuine self-love, the kind that is based on acceptance of your whole self rather than conditional approval for only the parts you consider worthy. Your inner child helps you remember that you were lovable before you achieved anything, that your worth is inherent rather than earned. The dance between solitude and connection finds its natural rhythm as you learn to enjoy your own company as much as the company of others. Alone time becomes precious rather than something to be endured, a space for creativity and reflection and simple appreciation of being alive. You develop practices for nourishing yourself when you are alone. Reading that feeds your soul, creative projects that bring you joy, time in nature that restores your perspective, meditation that connects you to something larger than your individual concerns. When you do choose to be with others, you bring your whole self to the encounter rather than just performing a role. Conversations become richer, more meaningful, as you share what is really happening in your inner world rather than just the edited version that seems socially appropriate. The inner child within you continues to grow and evolve, not in the sense of maturing beyond their essential nature, but in the sense of expressing that nature more fully and confidently. They become less tentative about emerging, more trusting that you will not abandon them again, more willing to influence your daily choices and responses to life's challenges. Their wisdom begins to infuse all areas of your existence, bringing a lightness to situations that once felt heavy, a playfulness to interactions that once felt forced, a sense of adventure to routines that once felt deadening. They teach you that every day is an opportunity for discovery. Every person is a potential friend. Every challenge is a chance to learn something new about yourself. The integration deepens over months and years, not as a linear progression, but as a spiral dance, sometimes closer to complete wholeness, sometimes feeling more fragmented, but always with an underlying trajectory toward greater authenticity and aliveness. You learn to be patient with the process, to trust that healing happens in its own time and way, that there is no timeline for becoming who you are meant to be. Your inner child reminds you that growth is natural, like flowers blooming or trees reaching toward the sun, and cannot be forced or rushed. The moments when you feel most disconnected from this integrated self become teachers rather than failures, showing you what triggers the old patterns of abandoning yourself, what situations call for extra care and attention to maintaining your authentic presence. You develop strategies for returning to center when life pulls you off balance. Breathing, practices that calm your nervous system, movement that reconnects you to your body, creative activities that restore your sense of play, time in nature that reminds you of your place in the larger web of existence. The world continues to challenge you, as worlds do, with losses and disappointments, unexpected changes, and difficult decisions. But now you meet these challenges as a whole person rather than a fragmented one, bringing both the wisdom of your experience and the resilience of your essential nature to whatever arises. Your inner child teaches you that resilience is not about being strong enough to never break, but about being flexible enough to bend without losing your core integrity, about knowing that you can survive whatever comes because you have already survived the worst thing of all, the abandonment of yourself, and found your way home. The gifts you offer the world become more distinctive and valuable as you operate from this place of integration rather than imitation. Your unique perspective, formed by your particular combination of experiences and insights, becomes a contribution that only you can make. You stop trying to be like others and start being more yourself, understanding that authenticity is what the world needs from you, not perfection or conformity or even success as commonly defined. Your inner child delights in your growing willingness to be strange, to be different, to be exactly who you are, without apology. The ripple effects of your transformation continue to expand in ways you may never fully see or understand. Every interaction from this place of wholeness creates more space for others to access their own wholeness. Every moment of genuine presence you offer reminds others of their own capacity for presence. Your healing becomes a gift to the collective human journey, evidence that integration is possible, that people can change, that love really is stronger than fear. Your inner child understands intuitively that personal transformation is always, ultimately, an act of service to something larger than yourself. And so the journey continues, not toward some final destination of perfect enlightenment, but toward ever deepening expressions of who you really are, evermore. Authentic responses to the constantly changing dance of existence, ever greater capacity to love and be loved, to give and receive, to create and appreciate beauty. Your inner child remains your constant companion on this journey, reminding you daily of the wonder that surrounds you, the love that fills you, the magic that you are. They keep you curious and playful, sensitive and compassionate, open to the infinite possibilities that each new moment brings. In the quiet moments before sleep, you feel their presence as a warm glow in your chest, a sense of coming home to yourself again and again, a promise that no matter what tomorrow brings, you will meet it as a whole person, carrying both the wisdom of your years and the wonder of your beginning, both the strength of your experience and the tenderness of your eternal heart. This is the gift of reclaiming your inner child, not a return to naivety, but an integration of innocence, not a regression to dependency, but a reclaiming of your capacity for trust and wonder and unconditional love. You are finally, completely, authentically yourself, and that self is more beautiful, more powerful, more magical than you ever dared to believe. The night holds you gently as these truths settle into your bones, becoming not just ideas you understand, but realities you embody. Tomorrow, you will wake as someone who remembers their own magic, who trusts their own wisdom, who loves their own tender heart without reservation or condition. And the world will be blessed by your wholeness, your authenticity, your willingness to be fully human and fully divine, carrying both shadow and light, both wound and wisdom, both the earned knowledge of experience and the eternal innocence of your deepest self. Rest now, knowing that you are home, you are whole, you are loved exactly as you are. The journey of integration continues, but you are no longer traveling alone. You have reclaimed the most faithful companion you will ever have. The child within who has never stopped believing in magic, never stopped hoping for love, never stopped knowing that you are and have always been exactly enough. The day he stopped being strong for everyone, there comes an evening when strength feels like a costume you've worn too long. The fabric has grown heavy with tears you never shed, weighted down by all the times you said, "I'm fine," when your soul was screaming. Tonight, you sit in the gathering darkness, and for the first time in years, you allow yourself to feel the exhaustion that lives in your bones. You remember being small, watching the adults around you carry burdens like badges of honor. Somewhere in those early years, you learned that love was earned through service, that worth was measured by how much you could carry for others. The child in you absorbed this lesson completely, weaving it into the very fabric of who you believed you had to be. The mask began forming then, layer by delicate layer. First came the smile that never faltered, even when your heart was breaking. Then the shoulders that never sagged, no matter how heavy the load. Your voice learned to speak comfort, while your spirit yearned to be comforted. You became a lighthouse for others, steady and bright, while your own inner landscape remained shrouded in fog. Years passed like pages turning in a book you never chose to read. You became the one everyone called in crisis, the rock upon which others built their stability. Your phone buzzed with desperate needs, your calendar filled with other people's emergencies. Somewhere in the constant giving, you lost track of your own desires, your own pain, your own longing for someone to ask how you were doing and wait for a real answer. The nights were the hardest. In the silence, after everyone else's needs had met, you would lie in bed feeling strangely empty, despite having given so much. There was a hollowness that no amount of helping others seemed to fill. You began to wonder if this was all there was, an endless cycle of pouring yourself out until there was nothing left but the habit of strength. But strength, real strength, was never meant to be a prison. It was never meant to separate you from your own humanity, your own need for tenderness and care. The kind of strength you learned to wear was a beautiful lie, a way of avoiding the terrifying vulnerability of admitting you were not okay, that you needed help, that you were human and fragile and deserving of the same compassion you so freely gave to others. Tonight feels different. There's something in the air, a subtle shift, like the moment before dawn. when the darkness begins to soften at the edges, you find yourself questioning the stories you've told yourself about who you have to be. What if your worth wasn't measured by your usefulness? What if love didn't require you to sacrifice yourself on the altar of everyone else's needs? The questions feel dangerous, like picking at a scab you've protected for years. But there's also something liberating in allowing them to surface. For so long, you've been afraid that if you stopped being strong for everyone, you would discover that you were nothing at all. But what if the opposite were true? What if beneath all that performative strength lays something more precious, your authentic self, tender and real and worthy of love exactly as you are? You've been carrying shadows you didn't know had names. The part of you that feels selfish for wanting something for yourself. The part that feels guilty for being tired. The part that believes you only matter when you're solving someone else's problems. These shadows have been with you so long, they feel like old friends, familiar in their weight and their whispered reminders of who you think you should be. But shadows, when finally seen, lose much of their power. They become what they always were, parts of yourself that got lost in the dark, waiting patiently to be acknowledged and integrated back into the wholeness of who you are. The exhausted part of you isn't weakness, it's wisdom, telling you that you've been running on empty for too long. The part that wants to be cared for isn't selfish, it's human, reminding you that you deserve the same tender attention you've given to countless others. There's a mirror in your bathroom that has watched you rehearse strength for years. Each morning, you've looked into it and adjusted your mask, making sure the edges were secure, that no vulnerability was showing. But tonight, if you were to look into that mirror, you might see something different. Not the person you think you have to be, but the person you actually are. Complex and contradictory, strong and fragile, capable of both holding space for others and needing space to be held. The revelation comes not as a thunderbolt, but as a gentle recognition, the way morning light gradually reveals the landscape that was always there. You are not responsible for fixing everyone's pain. You are not required to be endlessly available, perpetually strong, constantly giving. Your value doesn't decrease when you have nothing left to offer others. Your worthiness doesn't depend on your utility. This understanding feels both terrifying and liberating. Terrifying because it means dismantling the identity you've built over decades. Liberating because it means you can finally stop pretending that carrying everyone else's weight doesn't hurt your back, that always being the strong one doesn't leave you feeling isolated and unseen. You think about all the times you wanted to cry but smiled instead. All the moments you needed comfort but offered it to someone else instead. All the occasions when you wanted to say, I can't handle this right now, but said, of course, how can I help? The accumulation of these small betrayals of yourself has created a mountain of unexpressed grief, a reservoir of tears that have never been allowed to fall. What would it look like to honor that grief, to finally give yourself permission to feel the weight you've been carrying, not as a weakness to be overcome, but as a natural response to having taken on more than any one person should bear? There's something sacred in allowing yourself to feel the full extent of your tiredness, your loneliness, your longing to be seen and cared for without having to earn it. The child within you, the one who learned so early that love was conditional on strength, is still there. They've been waiting patiently for someone to notice how hard they've been trying, how much they've sacrificed to be worthy of love. That child deserves to know that they were always worthy, that they never had to earn their place in the world through endless giving, that they are precious simply because they exist. Speaking to that inner child requires a gentleness you may have forgotten how to access. It requires the same tender attention you've given to others' wounded places, the same patient listening you've offered to friends in crisis. But this time, the compassion is turned inward toward the part of you that has been working so hard for so long to be good enough, strong enough, useful enough to deserve love. As you sit in the quiet of your evening, you begin to imagine what it might feel like to set down some of the weight you've been carrying, not abandoning those you care about, but recognizing that you can love people without being responsible for their happiness. You can support others without sacrificing your own well-being. You can be strong without being invulnerable. The image that comes to mind is of a tree that has been growing at an angle for years, bent toward the light but leaning so far it's forgotten its natural posture. What would it look like to slowly, gently allow yourself to grow straight again, to find your natural posture, the way you were meant to stand in the world before you learned to contort yourself to meet everyone else's needs? This doesn't mean becoming selfish or uncaring. It means becoming integrated, whole, able to give from a place of fullness rather than emptiness. It means recognizing that taking care of yourself isn't a luxury or an indulgence. It's a responsibility, both to yourself and to those you love. cannot pour from an empty cup, and you've been running on empty for far too long. The journey toward wholeness is not a destination, but a practice, a daily choosing of yourself, even when the old patterns whisper that you're being selfish. It's learning to say no without guilt, to ask for help without shame, to admit when you're struggling without feeling like you're failing. It's discovering that vulnerability is not the opposite of strength, but its deepest expression. You've been afraid to acknowledge that you matter, not for what you do, but for who you are. The silencing of this voice didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual process, like sand slowly covering a shell on the beach. Each time you ignored your own needs to meet someone else's, each time you swallowed your words to keep peace, each time you dimmed your light so others wouldn't feel overshadowed, another grain of sand fell. Over time, your authentic voice became buried so deeply you forgot it was there. But buried things have a way of working their way back to the surface. In quiet moments like this one, when the demands of the day have finally ceased and you're left alone with yourself, you might catch glimpses of that original voice. It sounds different from the one you've been using, softer, more honest, unafraid of its own needs and desires. This voice knows things the performing self has forgotten. It knows that you were born worthy of love, that you don't have to earn your place in the world, that your feelings are valid even when they're inconvenient for others. It knows that rest is not laziness, that boundaries are not cruelty, that caring for yourself is not selfishness, but wisdom. Listening to this voice requires a different kind of courage than the strength you've been practicing. It requires the courage to disappoint people, to let others down, to be imperfect and human and real. It requires the courage to believe that you are enough exactly as you are, without the armor of endless giving and perpetual availability. The armor you've been wearing served a purpose once. It protected you when you were small and vulnerable, when pleasing others felt like the only way to ensure your survival. But you're not small anymore, and the protection that once served you has become a prison, separating you from the very love and connection you've been seeking. Removing this armor is not about suddenly becoming selfish or indifferent to others' pain. It's about recognizing that authentic care comes from a place of choice, not obligation. When you help others because you genuinely want to, not because you feel you have to, your assistance carries a different quality, more present, more sustainable, more genuinely loving. You think about the relationships in your life and wonder how, Many of them are built on your role as the strong one, the helper, the one who never needs anything in return. What would happen if you showed up differently? If you allowed yourself to be vulnerable, to need support, to be human rather than superhuman? The fear that rises in response to these questions is understandable. If you're not the strong one, who are you? If you're not endlessly giving, will people still want you around? If you're not solving problems and carrying burdens, what value do you bring to the world? These questions reveal the deep conditioning that has shaped your sense of self. Somewhere along the way, you learn to equate your worth with your utility, your lovability with your availabilities. But this equation is false, built on a foundation of fear rather than truth. You are not valuable because of what you do. You are valuable because of who you are. The process of unlearning these patterns is not about rejecting your caring nature or becoming indifferent to others' struggles. It's about expanding your circle of care to include yourself, recognizing that you are not separate from the human family that deserves love and compassion, but an integral part of it. In the depth of psychological understanding, there exists a recognition that our greatest wounds often point toward our greatest gifts. Your tendency to overgive, to sacrifice yourself for others, speaks to a profound capacity for love and empathy. These are beautiful qualities that the world desperately needs. The wound lies not in having these qualities, but in directing them exclusively outward while withholding them from yourself. The healing involves learning to love yourself with the same fierce tenderness you've always shown others. It means offering yourself the same patience you give to friends who are struggling, the same forgiveness you extend to family members who make mistakes, the same unconditional acceptance you provide to those you care about. This self-love is not narcissism or self-indulgence. It's the foundation from which authentic love flows. When you truly care for yourself, when you honor your own needs and feelings, you have more genuine love to offer others. You're no longer giving from depletion, but from abundance. No longer helping from obligation, but from choice. The night air carries a quality of possibility, as if the darkness itself is holding space for transformation. In this quiet hour, away from the demands and expectations of the day, you have the opportunity to meet yourself with fresh eyes, not as the person you think you should be, but as the person you actually are. Complex, contradictory, beautiful in your imperfection. There's a profound teacher of the human psyche who spent his life exploring the hidden depths of the soul. This wise observer understood that we all carry within us aspects of ourselves that we've learned to reject or hide. Called these rejected parts our shadow, not because they are evil or bad, but because they exist outside the light of our conscious awareness. Your shadow contains not only the parts of yourself you judge as negative, the anger, the neediness, the desire to be cared for, but also positive qualities you've disowned. Perhaps you've hidden your own need for recognition because you learned it was selfish to want appreciation. Maybe you've suppressed your desire for rest because you were taught that worth comes through constant productivity. This great explorer of inner landscapes recognized that wholeness comes not through perfecting ourselves, but through integrating these shadow aspects back into conscious awareness. He understood that what we resist in ourselves doesn't disappear. It simply influences us from the unconscious, often in ways that work against our stated intentions. When you deny your own needs while constantly meeting others, you're suppressed. Neediness doesn't vanish. It emerges in other ways. Perhaps through resentment that builds over time, or through passive-aggressive behaviors, or through a subtle martyrdom that makes others feel guilty for receiving your help. The need itself is natural and healthy. The problems arise from pushing it into shadow rather than honoring it directly. Until you make the unconscious conscious, this wise teacher observed, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. The unconscious pattern of sacrificing yourself for others' comfort has been directing your life, making you feel like you had no choice but to be strong for everyone. But now, in the growing awareness of this pattern, choice becomes possible again. You can choose to honor your tiredness as information rather than ignoring it as weakness. You can choose to see your need for care as natural rather than shameful. You can choose to value your own well-being as highly as you value others. These choices may feel foreign at first, like learning a new language, but they become more natural with practice. The person you've been, strong, capable, always available, is not someone you need to reject or abandon. They are part of you, and their caring nature is beautiful. But they are not the whole of you. There's also the part that needs rest, the part that has feelings, the part that deserves to receive as much as you give. Integration means making room for all these parts to coexist. In the depth of night, when the world grows quiet and the demands of others fade into silence, you have the opportunity to turn your attention inward, to listen to the voice that's been whispering beneath all the noise, the voice that has been trying to tell you that you matter, not for what you do, but for who you are. This voice has been with you all along, even when it was drowned out by the louder voices that insisted you had to earn your place in the world. It's the voice that remembers your inherent worth, that knows you are deserving of love and care and gentle attention. It's the voice of your deepest self, the part that exists beyond roles and responsibilities and other people's expectations. Learning to hear this voice requires practice, like developing any relationship. It requires quiet moments when you're not solving problems or meeting needs or being useful to anyone. It requires the radical act of simply being with yourself without an agenda, without trying to fix or improve or optimize anything. What if you could trust that you are enough exactly as you are right now? Not when you become stronger or more helpful or less needy, but right now, in your tiredness and your longing and your beautiful imperfection. What if your worth is not something you have to achieve, but something you already possess, woven into the very fabric of your being? The journey towards self-compassion is not about becoming selfish. It's about becoming whole. When you're truly caring for yourself, you have more authentic love to offer others. When you're meeting your own needs, you can support others from a place of fullness rather than depletion. When you're honoring your own humanity, you can see and honor the humanity in others more clearly. This is the paradox that the old pattern couldn't see. Taking care of yourself doesn't make you less caring. It makes you more capable of genuine care. Setting boundaries doesn't make you less loving. It makes your love more sustainable. Honoring your own needs doesn't make you selfish. It makes you a more receiving, a strength that doesn't require you to be anything other than authentically yourself. The child within you who learned to equate love with usefulness is listening to this conversation. They're wondering if it's really safe to stop trying so hard, if they'll still be loved, if they're not constantly proving their worth. This child needs reassurance, not in words, but in actions, in your willingness to finally treat yourself with the kindness you've always deserved. You can speak to this child with the same gentle patience you would offer to any scared, tired child. You can let them know that their worth was never in question, that they don't have to earn love through endless giving, that they are precious simply because they exist. This child has been waiting so long to hear these words, especially from you. The healing that happens when you finally offer yourself this acceptance is profound. It's like coming home after a long journey, like taking off shoes that never quite
Sylvie
fit,
n'a pas la même personne.
like
Ok, il
breathing
appelle ton
deeply
bon, toi chérie, t'appelles des
after
satisfactions.
holding your breath for years. It's the relief of finally being allowed to be human, with all the messiness and vulnerability that entails. Strength will become sustainable because it's rooted in self-awareness and self-care rather than self-sacrifice. The great student of human nature wrote, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." But on the other side of that terror lies freedom. The freedom to be authentically yourself, to love from a place of wholeness, to give without depleting yourself, to be strong without being invulnerable. The night around you holds space for this transformation. In the darkness, old patterns can dissolve and new ways of being can emerge. The person you've been is not disappearing. They're being invited to join a larger, more complete version of yourself. The strong one, the helper, the one who cares deeply. They all have a place in this new integration, but they're no longer the only voices at the table. You are more than your strength. You are more than your usefulness. You are more than what you can offer others. You are a complete person worthy of love, care, and gentle attention. This is not something you need to earn or achieve. It's something you can simply accept, like accepting a gift you've always deserved, but never allowed yourself to receive. The path forward is not about dramatic change, but about small, consistent choices to honor yourself. It's about noticing when you're automatically saying yes when you want to say no. It's about pausing to ask yourself what you need before rushing to meet everyone else's needs. It's about treating your own feelings with the same respect you give to others' emotions. Some days, this will feel natural and easy. Other days, it will feel foreign and difficult. Both experiences are part of the journey. Healing is not a straight line, but a spiral, returning to familiar places, but from a higher perspective, with greater wisdom and compassion for yourself. The resistance you may feel to treating yourself with kindness is not your enemy. It's information about how deeply the old patterns are ingrained. You can be curious about this resistance rather than fighting it. What is it trying to protect? What old fears is it guarding against? What would it need to feel safe enough to allow you to be gentle with yourself? In the depth of psychological understanding, there's recognition that our greatest strengths often carry within them the seeds of our greatest challenges. Your extraordinary capacity to care for others became a prison when it excluded caring for yourself. Your ability to be strong became a burden when it meant you could never be vulnerable. Your gift for helping became a source of depletion when it meant you could never ask for help. But these same qualities, when integrated with self-compassion, become sources of authentic power. Your caring nature, when it includes yourself, becomes more sustainable and genuine. Your strength, when it allows for vulnerability, becomes more resilient and real. Your desire to help, when balanced with your own needs, becomes more effective and fulfilling. This is the alchemy of wholeness, not changing who you are, but integrating all the parts of yourself that have been living in exile. The tired part, the needy part, the part that wants to be cared for. These are not flaws to be overcome, but aspects of your humanity to be embraced. As you consider this new relationship with yourself, you might imagine what it would feel like to wake up tomorrow with permission to be authentically yourself, to feel tired without shame, to need support without guilt, to say no without elaborate justifications, to take up space without apologizing for your existence. This permission doesn't come from outside, it comes from within, from your willingness to finally extend to yourself the same unconditional acceptance you've always offered to others. It comes from recognizing that you are not separate from the human family that deserves love and compassion, but an integral part of it. The work of integration is gentle work, requiring patience and persistence, but not force. Like tending a garden, it requires consistent attention, but allows for natural rhythms of growth and rest. Some seasons will be about planting new patterns of self-care. Others will be about weeding out old beliefs that no longer serve you. All seasons are necessary and valuable. You don't have to figure it all out tonight. You don't have to transform completely before sunrise. You just have to be willing to begin, to take one small step toward treating yourself with the kindness you've always deserved. That step might be as simple as taking a deep breath and acknowledging how tired you are, or saying out loud, I matter. 2. The journey of self-compassion is not a destination, but a practice. A daily choosing of yourself, even when the old patterns whisper their familiar refrains. It's learning to hear those whispers with curiosity rather than conviction, to notice them without being controlled by them, to thank them for their concern while making choices from a deeper place of wisdom. In this moment, in the quiet of your evening, you have the opportunity to begin again, not as someone different, but as yourself, fully, authentically, without apology, the person who has been strong for everyone else can finally learn to be gentle with themselves.
Celles qui n'ont pas réussi,
The helper can finally accept help.
mais si l'on donne
The
le
giver can finally
parce que
learn
c'est
to
ça,
receive.
c'est un
This
appartement,
is not selfish. This is essential. This is not weakness. This is wisdom. This is not giving up on others. This is finally including yourself in the circle of those who deserve your care and attention. As the wise student of the human psyche observed, your vision becomes clear when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. Tonight, you're beginning to look inside, to awaken to the parts of yourself that have been waiting patiently in the shadows, hoping to be seen and accepted and loved. The awakening is gentle, like dawn breaking slowly over a landscape that was always there, but hidden by darkness. You don't have to force it or rush it. You just have to allow it, creating space for it to unfold naturally, trusting that your psyche knows how to heal when given the right conditions. Those conditions include safety, patience, and above all, compassion. The same compassion you've always shown to others in their struggles and pain. You are worthy of that same tender attention, that same gentle understanding, that same willingness to see the beauty in your imperfection and the strength in your vulnerability. The day you stopped being strong for everyone was not the day you became weak. It was the day you became whole, integrating all the parts of yourself that had been living in exile, creating space for a more authentic and sustainable way of being in the world. You are enough. You have always been enough. You don't have to earn your place at the table of human love and acceptance. You were born with a seat reserved just for you. Tonight, finally, you're ready to claim it. There's a particular quality to the silence that surrounds you now, different from the empty quiet that follows a day of giving until you're hollow. This silence is full, pregnant with possibility, holding space for all the parts of yourself that have been waiting to be welcomed home. It's the silence of permission, of acceptance, of finally being allowed to rest. In this fullness, you begin to understand something the wise teacher of depths knew intimately, that the unconscious mind communicates through images, through dreams, through the symbols that arise when we finally stop talking long enough to listen. The image that comes to you now is of a house you've been living in for years, but only using certain rooms. There are doors in this house that you've kept locked, rooms you've avoided entering because you were taught they contain dangerous things: anger, sadness, need, desire, the wild parts of yourself that don't fit into the neat categories of strength and usefulness. But tonight, with trembling hands, you find yourself turning the handle of one of those forbidden doors. The room beyond is not the monster's lair you expected, but a child's bedroom, untouched by time. There are toys scattered on the floor, books left open to pages that tell stories of adventure and wonder. On the bed sits a small figure, yourself at 6 or 8 or 10, waiting patiently for someone to notice that they're tired, that they've been trying so hard to be good, that they just want someone to tuck them in and tell them they're loved. This child doesn't need you to be strong. They need you to be present, to sit beside them and listen to their fears and dreams, to validate their exhaustion and their longing for comfort. They need you to tell them what no adult thought to say when they were actually that age. That their worth doesn't depend on their behavior. That love isn't something they have to earn. That they're allowed to need things. As you sit with this inner child, you realize that every time you've ignored your own needs to meet someone else's, you've been abandoning this young part of yourself. Every time you've pushed through exhaustion to be, you've been telling this child that their tiredness doesn't matter. Every time you've minimized your own pain to focus on someone else's crisis, you've been teaching them that their feelings aren't important. The patterns that feel so entrenched in your adult life begin to make sense when seen through this lens. Of course, you learn to equate love with usefulness. That's what the world taught you when you were small. Of course you feel guilty when you rest. Rest was something loud. Of course, you struggle to ask for help. Asking for things, off appointment, or the message that you are being too much. But you're not small anymore. You have the power now to give that inner child what they needed then, but didn't receive. You can offer them the patient listening, the vulnerability of admitting you have needs. Real strength, the kind that's sustainable and authentic, includes the capacity to be vulnerable, to ask for help, to admit when you're struggling. This realization might initially feel destabilizing. If the strength you've built your identity around isn't real strength, then who are you? But this existential crisis is actually an opportunity, the chance to discover who you are beneath all the roles and performances, to meet your authentic self, perhaps for the first time in decades. Your authentic self is not the person who never needs anything, who's always available, who can carry any burden. Your authentic self is a complex, multifaceted being. This authentic self requires what the great teacher called active imagination, the willingness to engage with the parts that exist, but trees have wisdom. They know how to grow toward the light while staying rooted in the earth. What would it look like to slowly, gently allow yourself to straighten, to grow toward your own light while still maintaining your connection to others? The process of straightening doesn't happen overnight. Trees that have grown at an angle for years need time and support to find their natural posture again. You too might need external support, a therapist, a trusted friend, a spiritual practice to help you learn new patterns of being. There's no shame in needing help to heal patterns that were created when you had no choice but to adapt to survive. The teacher of depths recognized that healing is not an individual process, but a relational one. We are wounded in relationship, and we heal in relationship. This doesn't mean you need others to fix you. It means you need witnesses to your healing, people who can reflect back to you your worth and lovability as you learn to see it for yourself. These healing relationships look different from the ones you've been used to. Instead of being the one who always gives, you learn to receive. Instead of being the one who holds space for others' emotions, you allow others to hold space for yours. Instead of being the strong one, you allow yourself to be the one who sometimes needs strength. This shift in relational dynamics can feel uncomfortable, even scary. What if people don't like this more vulnerable version of you? What if they were only interested in what you could do for them? These fears are understandable, but they often reveal more about your own beliefs, about your worth, than about others' actual responses. Many people will welcome this more authentic version of you. They may have been waiting for permission to drop their own masks, to be more real in the relationship. Your vulnerability often gives others permission to be vulnerable too, creating deeper, more genuine connections than the ones built on your endless giving. Some people, however, might resist this change. They may have become accustomed to you being the strong one, the giver, the one who never needs anything. They might pressure you, consciously or unconsciously, to return to your old role. This is where boundaries become essential, not as walls to keep people out, but as definitions of where you end and others begin. Learning to set boundaries is one of the most challenging aspects of this healing journey. You've spent so long with permeable boundaries, taking on others' emotions and problems as if they were your own, that the idea of saying no feels foreign and frightening. But boundaries are not mean or selfish. They're necessary for your psychological and emotional health. A boundary might be as simple as saying, I can't talk right now, but let's connect tomorrow when someone calls during your rest time. Or, I care, about what you're going through, but I'm not in a place to offer advice right now when someone wants you to solve their problems. These statements acknowledge your care while honoring your own needs. The guilt that rises when you first start setting boundaries is normal and expected. You've been conditioned to believe that your value lies in your availability, so protecting your time and energy feels like betrayal. But this guilt is not a sign that you're doing something wrong. It's a sign that you're doing something new, something that challenges old patterns. The wise teacher understood that guilt often arises when we're moving from an unconscious pattern to a conscious choice. The guilt is the voice of the old pattern, trying to pull you back into familiar territory. You can acknowledge this guilt without being controlled by it, thanking it for its concern, while continuing to choose yourself. As you practice setting boundaries and honoring your own needs, you begin to discover something surprising. You have more to give when you're giving from choice rather than obligation. When you're rested and cared for, when your own cup is full, your gifts to others come from a place of genuine love rather than unconscious compulsion. This doesn't mean you become less caring or less supportive. It means you become more intentional about your caring, more present when you do offer support, more authentic in your relationships. People can sense the difference between helping that comes from love and helping that comes from obligation, and they often prefer the former even if it's offered less frequently. The journey toward wholeness is not a linear progression, but a spiral dance, circling back to familiar themes, but from new vantage points. There will be days when you slip back into old patterns, when the pull of others' needs feels stronger than your commitment to your own well-being. This is not failure. It's part of the process. Each time you notice yourself falling back into old patterns, you have the opportunity to choose again. You can pause, breathe, and ask yourself what you need. In this moment, you can remember that taking care of yourself is not selfish, but necessary. You can choose to honor your authentic self, even when the old patterns are calling you back to performance. The teacher of inner landscapes knew that this kind of conscious choice-making is what transforms unconscious patterns into conscious ones. Every moment of awareness, every choice to honor your authentic needs weakens the hold of the old patterns and strengthens the new ones you're creating. In the depth of night, when the world sleeps and you find yourself in this liminal space between who you've been and who you're becoming, there's a particular quality of silence that speaks. It's not the empty silence of depletion, but the pregnant silence of possibility. In this silence, you can hear the whispers of parts of yourself that have been waiting decades to be acknowledged. There's the artist who was silenced when you were told that creativity was impractical, that your energy should go toward helping others instead of pursuing your own dreams. There's the dreamer who learned to suppress their visions because someone needed your practical support. There's the philosopher who stopped asking deep questions because everyone wanted quick solutions instead. These aspects of yourself didn't disappear when you learned to prioritize others' needs. They went underground into what the great explorer called the personal unconscious, where they've been waiting with remarkable patience for conditions that would allow them to emerge again. They've been sending you signals all along. The moments when you felt restless, despite being busy, the times when helping others felt hollow, despite their gratitude, the sense that you were living someone else's life. Tonight, in this sacred space between sleeping and waking, these parts of yourself are stirring. They're sensing that perhaps finally it might be safe to show themselves again. They're wondering if you're ready to remember not just your wounds, but your gifts, not just your patterns of sacrifice, but your capacity for joy, not just your strength, but your creativity and wonder. The path to wholeness involves not just healing what was wounded, but also reclaiming what was lost. You are so much more than the person who carries everyone else's burdens. You are a being of depth and complexity, with your own dreams and desires, your own unique perspective on life, your own gifts that are meant to be shared with the world. But sharing these gifts requires a different relationship with yourself than the one you've known. It requires believing that you matter not just for what you can do for others, but for who you are, for the unique combination of experiences and insights and ways of seeing that only you possess. It requires trusting that your dreams are worthy of attention, that your desires deserve consideration, that your voice has something valuable to contribute. This shift from utility to authenticity can feel disorienting at first. When you've spent so long defining yourself by your usefulness, discovering your intrinsic worth feels like learning a new language. But this is your native language, the one you spoke fluently before the world taught you to perform instead of simply being. The child you once were knew this language intuitively. They knew they were worthy of love simply because they existed. They had dreams that seemed possible, desires that felt natural, a sense of themselves as valuable and important simply because they were alive. That knowing is still within you, buried perhaps, but not destroyed. Reconnecting with this original knowing requires a kind of archaeological work, carefully brushing away the layers of conditioning to uncover what was always there. It requires patience and gentleness, the willingness to sit with parts of yourself that might feel foreign after years of neglect. You might begin by asking yourself questions you haven't considered in decades. What did you love to do before you became so focused on what others needed you to do? What dreams did you have before you learned to dismiss them as impractical? What aspects of yourself did you love before you were taught to hide them? These questions might not have immediate answers. The parts of yourself that carry these memories have been in hiding for so long they might not trust that it's safe to emerge. But your patient attention is like sunlight to plants that have been kept in darkness. Gradually, slowly, they'll begin to turn toward this new source of nourishment. As these forgotten aspects of yourself begin to surface, you might experience a mixture of joy and grief. Joy at rediscovering parts of yourself you thought were lost forever. Grief at realizing how long you've been separated from your authentic self, how many years you've spent living a life that wasn't fully your own. This grief is sacred and necessary. It's the psyche's way of acknowledging what was lost, of honoring the sacrifice you made to survive in a world that demanded you be something other than yourself. Allow this grief to flow when it comes. It's not a sign of weakness, but of healing. Not a symptom of depression, but of awakening. The wise teacher understood that mourning what never was is as important as mourning what was lost. You might find yourself grieving the childhood you never had, where your dreams were encouraged instead of dismissed. You might mourn the young adulthood, where you could have explored your own path instead of constantly attending to others. You might grieve the decades of relationships where you were valued for what you gave rather than who you were. This mourning is not about blame or regret, but about recognition. It's about acknowledging the cost of the patterns you adopted, honoring the price you paid to be loved and accepted. It's about creating space for all the feelings that arise when you realize how long you've been living as a stranger to yourself. In the depth of psychological wisdom, there's an understanding that we cannot heal what we do not feel. the emotions you've been avoiding, the anger at being taken for granted, the sadness at feeling unseen, the loneliness of always being the strong one. These are not obstacles to your healing, but pathways to it. Anger, in particular, might be one of the most difficult emotions for you to access. You've been taught that anger is unacceptable, that good people don't get angry, that your job is to absorb others' emotions rather than expressing your own. But anger, when it's acknowledged and honored, is often the emotion that restores your sense of personal power. Your anger might carry important information. It might be telling you about boundaries that were crossed, needs that were ignored, parts of yourself that were dismissed or devalued. It might be the fierce energy that says, I matter too. The force that finally gives you permission to take up space in your own life. Accessing this anger doesn't mean becoming cruel or vindictive. It means allowing yourself to feel the natural response to being overlooked, undervalued, or taken for granted. It means giving yourself permission to care about your own experience as much as you care about others. It means recognizing that you have the right to feel frustrated when your needs are consistently ignored. The sadness that might accompany this anger is equally valid and important. It's the grief of the part of you that has been waiting so long to be seen, to be valued for more than your usefulness, to be loved for who you are rather than what you do. This sadness honors the loneliness you've carried, the isolation of always being the strong one, the exhaustion of never being able to rest in someone else's care. These emotions, anger, sadness, grief, are not signs that you're becoming self-centered or losing your caring nature. They're signs that you're becoming complete, that you're reclaiming the full range of human feeling that you've been suppressing in service of others' comfort. The integration of these emotions into your conscious awareness is part of what the great teacher meant by making the unconscious conscious. When you acknowledge and honor all of your feelings, they lose their power to control you from the shadows. When you give them space to exist, they can transform from unconscious drivers into conscious choices. As you sit in the quiet of this evening, you might notice that something fundamental is shifting. The quality of your attention is changing from outward focused to inward focused, from constantly monitoring others' needs to finally tuning in to your own inner landscape. This shift might feel selfish at first, but it's actually the beginning of authentic relationship with yourself and ultimately with others. When you're truly present to your own experience, when you're aware of your own feelings and needs, You can engage with others from a place of choice rather than compulsion. You can offer support because you genuinely want to, not because you feel obligated to. You can set boundaries because you understand your own limits, not because you've reached the point of exhaustion. This presence to yourself is not a luxury, but a necessity. It's the foundation from which all authentic action springs. When you know who you are, not just your role or function, but your genuine self, you can make choices that align with your values rather than simply reacting to others' expectations. The process of discovering who you are beneath all the roles you've played is like peeling an onion. Layer after layer of conditioning falls away to reveal what was always there at the core. Some layers might come away easily, like recognizing that you don't actually enjoy being constantly available. Others might be more deeply embedded, like the belief that your worth depends on your usefulness. Each layer that falls away reveals more of your authentic self, your genuine preferences, your real values, your actual desires. You might discover that you prefer quiet evenings to social gatherings, that you're drawn to creative pursuits you've long neglected, that you have strong opinions about things you've never allowed yourself to voice. These discoveries might feel revolutionary after years of defining yourself primarily in relation to others' needs. But they're not new aspects of yourself. They're original aspects that have been waiting patiently for permission to exist again. They're the colors of your authentic self that have been hidden beneath the neutral tones of perpetual availability. The wise explorer of inner territories understood that this process of self-discovery is not narcissistic but necessary. He recognized that individuals who don't know themselves deeply cannot truly love others deeply. Authentic love flows from a place of wholeness, not from a place of emptiness seeking to be filled. When you love from wholeness, your love carries a different quality. It's not possessive or needy but generous and free. It doesn't seek to control or manipulate, but to honor and support. It doesn't require others to be anything other than who they are, because you've learned to accept yourself as you are. This kind of love is what the world desperately needs, not the anxious caregiving that comes from a need to be needed, but the genuine care that flows from a heart that is full rather than empty. Your journey towards self-acceptance is not selfish. It's a gift to everyone whose life you touch. As you consider this new way of being in the world, you might wonder about the practical implications. How do you maintain your relationships while honoring your authentic needs? How do you support others while also supporting yourself? How do you care for people without sacrificing your own well-being? The answers to these questions are not formulaic but situational, requiring the kind of moment-to-moment awareness that comes from being truly present to yourself. Sometimes caring for yourself will mean saying no to a request for help. Sometimes it will mean asking for support when you're the one who usually provides it. Sometimes it will mean admitting that you don't have the answer to someone's problem. These responses might feel uncomfortable at first, especially if people in your life have become accustomed to your constant availability. But your discomfort with disappointing others is not a reliable guide for how to live your life. It's often just the voice of old conditioning trying to pull you back into familiar patterns. The people who truly care about you will adjust to this new version of you, the one who has needs and boundaries and authentic responses rather than automatic compliance. They might even prefer this more genuine version of you, even if it means receiving less of your time and attention. Authentic relationship is built on truth, not on performance. Those who cannot adjust, who insist that you return to your role as the endlessly giving one, might need to be loved from a distance. This doesn't mean cutting them out of your life entirely, but it might mean limiting the amount of energy you invest in relationships that only work when you're sacrificing yourself. This process of relationship evaluation is not about judging others harshly, but about recognizing that not all relationships serve your highest good. Some relationships might have been built entirely on your role as the helper, with little regard for who you are beyond that function. These relationships might need to end or transform significantly for you to maintain your commitment to authenticity. The grief that might accompany the loss or transformation of these relationships is real and valid. It's natural to feel sad when you realize that some people were more interested in what you could do for them than in who you actually are. It's painful to discover that some connections you thought were deep were actually quite shallow. But this grief clears space for relationships that can appreciate your full humanity, your strengths and vulnerabilities, your gifts and limitations, your capacity to give and your need to receive. These relationships might be fewer in number, but greater in depth, built on mutual respect and genuine care rather than one-sided service. The teacher of depths recognize that quality relationships are more nourishing than quantity relationships. Understood that a few deep connections where you can be authentically yourself are more valuable than many surface connections where you have to perform a role. As you begin to prioritize authentic relationships over performative ones, you might discover that you have more energy for the connections that truly matter. When you're not depleting yourself trying to be everything to everyone, you can be fully present to the people who see and appreciate your genuine self. This presence is one of the greatest gifts you can offer another person, not your endless availability or your ability to solve their problems, but your authentic attention, your genuine interest in who they are beneath their own masks and performances. When you're no longer hiding your true self, you create space for others to drop their masks as well. The ripple effects of your journey toward authenticity extend far beyond your own life. As you model what it looks like to honor your own needs while still caring for others, you give permission to everyone around you to do the same. Your willingness to be vulnerable encourages others to be vulnerable. Your commitment to truth invites others to drop their pretenses. This is how healing spreads, not through preaching or teaching, but through example, through the quiet revolution of one person choosing to be genuinely themselves in a world that often rewards performance over authenticity. Your journey toward wholeness becomes a lighthouse for others who are tired of living as strangers to themselves. The metaphor of the lighthouse is particularly apt because lighthouses don't chase after ships to guide them. They simply shine their light consistently, allowing those who need guidance to find them. Similarly, your authentic presence doesn't need to actively help or fix anyone. It simply needs to be genuinely itself, creating a beacon of possibility for others who are ready to discover their own authenticity. This shift from active helping to authentic being might feel counterintuitive at first. You've been conditioned to believe that your value lies in what you do for others. So, simply being yourself might feel lazy or selfish. But authentic being is actually the most powerful form of service you can offer. It gives others permission to be themselves as well. The great explorer of psychic depths understood this principle deeply. He knew that the most profound healing happens not when we try to fix others, but when we become whole ourselves. Our wholeness creates a field of possibility that others can enter when they're ready. A space where authenticity is welcomed and honored. As you continue to sit in the quiet of this evening, you might notice that your relationship with silence is changing. Where once silence felt empty or uncomfortable, a space that needed to be filled with activity or availability to others. Now, It feels rich with possibility. In this silence, you can hear the whispers of your authentic self, the dreams that have been waiting, the creativity that has been suppressed. This new relationship with silence is actually a new relationship with yourself. You're learning to enjoy your own company, to find nourishment in solitude, rather than constantly seeking external validation through service to others. You have spent years running from the sound